Paul's fucking with the TV. For those who don't know about Australian internet, what I've got to do is every 3 years, actually every 3 years and then every 4 years for the state election, is dig out some rabbit ears because if I can't live stream the election results and also, like watch the stream and live stream because our internet is shithouse. And so Paul's trying to do a Mr. Bean in the corner, which is very distracting, but funny. But he's very kind because he's got a grumpy face on. And so yeah, we need to find the rabbit ears, dig out the rabbit ears, and then go. Oh yeah, and then I've got a TV balanced on a chair because I don't use the TV. We've got the big TV, the main TV. But I've got we've got like 4 TVs in this house, and keep looking over at Paul. But yeah, happy election day, everybody. Did you vote below the line? Did you see the parties that were above the line? Fuck me. Did you look at the ticket? I was like, oh yeah, medical choice. Fuckwits. Freedom. Fuckwits. What's funny is in Western Australia, there's a candidate who runs every time as an independent. And actually, I think he's a former Greg. I'm not mistaken. But don't quote me. And yeah, he runs every time. Imagine running for the Senate like every time, like as an independent, not winning. But just, what you do is you know that your preferences are going to flow in a certain direction. It's pretty funny. Anyway, because none of my family give a shit, I have a giant bottle of water. Laura's here. Matt's here. Everyone's here for the freaking election by the looks of it. It's fascinating stuff. So the polls... So for those that don't know, the polls have closed in the eastern states of Australia, but they don't really televise anything much. They kind of just move on without us. It's pretty funny. But it's weird because the last couple of hours of the election could actually have people go out and sway and vote. Western Australia, the polls they haven't even closed. They close in an hour. And like the rest of the country is just moving forward. They're like, yeah, we're not waiting for you bastards. We're just going to start counting. It's pretty funny. Like, yeah, let's just. No one ever goes, oh yeah, maybe that might make people go and vote in a certain direction. Maybe that's why Western Australia tends to vote against the rest of the country because we've got a couple of hours to figure it out. It's pretty funny anyway. Hang on, let me just check. I don't think the chats are enabled. Oh, hang on, sorry, I haven't got the chats enabled. Give me a sec. So I just wanted people to know I had intentions of everyone being able to just call in and stuff. I'm on a Mac, which it's good for other stuff, but it's just not good for that sort of external loop, like playing internal audio and all that sort of stuff. Got a mixer and I just ended up troubleshooting it for like an hour and I kept getting feedback. So I just nixed it. I went, fuck it. It's one of those things you can't really, I was ambitious and I was trying to do something that, you can't really do that shit without a producer. But anyway, I have cider at 5:00. Yeah, so Sarah Lee in Blue said the Senate had some real wackos. It really did. I was looking at my ticket because normally I said in the last stream that I normally just what I do is I'll do the knockout vote, which is just knock them out. So I'll vote and this it doesn't matter which side of politics you're on. You can knock out whatever crazies on either extreme you think are extreme, right? Extreme. But there's an awful lot of medical choice and freedom and stuff like that parties. But what's funny is that, it's WA is a funny one too because it's since there's a bit of history here actually because what they've done is reform the micro parties. Paul's trying to get me a TV so I can just see what the ABC are up to. Oh, I can see what the ABC are up to. He's given up on trying to be quiet. He's like, fuck this. He's going to end up knocking out a wall at this rate. Can you just install a TV point? That'd be helpful. Yeah, we don't. You see how much free to air television we watch in this house. It's crazy. But yeah, so basically what happened was we had, like, in the last couple of elections, there's been this issue where a bunch of parties would run, like lots and lots and lots of micro parties, right? And what they would do is just cross-preference and cross-stack each other so that they could, if you look at my last video where I explained, they knock out the last, and then, you know, you can go from bottom to top very easily. And they found a way to game that system. So there was a reform there, which is that you needed to have some sort of threshold in order to, you know, qualify for a seat. So what they're doing now is running under large whack job umbrellas, basically. And it's pretty funny because I could imagine that the infighting would be quite epic in those places, in those parties, right? It's pretty funny. But, you know, we're having some fun. So thank you. There's a few people watching, so that's good. I have cider. It's what? 5:15. But I think the coverage is well and truly going. I've got my iPad here with the live results. There's nothing meaningful here at the moment. But it is funny because it's just basically like, yeah. So Matt said there are like 2 people left in WA. Yeah, pretty much. Me and Paul. I am the one person who votes for WA, and I'm done. I did it earlier. And Paul's fixing the TV and busy. So you got it working. Awesome. Yeah, so it's funny with the early results because you end up seeing, like, you get your hopes up. You get your hopes up a bit, which is that, you know, Greens 38% on one booth, or, like, you know, you start to get it's an emotional journey early on because you start to get your hopes up. Thank you. I'm not allowed. Okay, I'm not allowed to touch it. What happened was I touched it. It broke. It's dependent on you standing there. The second you walk away, it disappears. You got wine of your Matt. Okay. I'm not drunk yet. I'm actually just hot and tired. I've had a very long day running around. I've been troubleshooting all this mixer shit and trying to get sound effects and stuff to work, and I just gave up. It's just something that requires, like, energy, time, resources that I don't have. I need a producer, whatever. I don't have one. Anyway. With the ABC, you get somebody who knows what they're talking about and has production values and graphics. With me, you have someone who knows what they're talking about, doesn't communicate well, but is allowed to say what a bunch of fucking cunts and retards. So that, you know, you juggle it, you balance it, right? All right, so who's here? So we got, Sarah Lynn Blue said there were some wackos this time. Yeah, I was looking at my ticket, and it's amazing how stacked our ticket is. It's just funny when we talk about, like, the imbalance, like the massive imbalance between left and right in this. Like, you just got to look at the ticket. And in my seat, I'm in Tangney in Western Australia. It's a safe seat, right? But I have a. I don't know. I think there's going to be a surprise here with this one. I was talking to people at the booth, and what I did was I sat and watched because Paul took a while, and I was just sitting there waiting. I was watching, and I think that's a really good indicator, like the mask thing, because we've had obviously COVID explode here, inevitably, and I was watching sort of mask anti-mask, mask anti-mask. But what was weird was what the Liberal representative. The Liberal volunteers who were handing out the how to vote, they were also handing out Palmer cards and how to vote cards at the same time. So they said, would you like a Liberal Party one? And I was like, no, thank you. And they said, would you like a United Party? I said, fuck no. And I didn't mean to, Your Honour. She just took me by surprise. It was like, oh my God, my son, 13. And I was saying, like, I'm going to do the election because my kids know that I'm like an election nerd, right? And he comes out, he goes, well, I'm just glad that it's over because I won't be receiving fucking Clive Palmer ads. It's like, yeah, it's insane. Like, he's supposed to have YouTube Premium, and Paul's Paul said, I accidentally logged out of YouTube, and I started to get all these Palmer ads. And it's like, oh my God. So Matt said, I caught COVID from voting or something. Probably not, but it's a better story. Okay, I don't normally talk about this because obviously, whatever. You can't say anything like, there's what you say with friends and what you say on the internet, and those two things often don't overlap. But for me, I've said, like, it's inevitable. It's something I do find it odd that there's people who think you're not going to get it and you can avoid it. I don't think it's one of those. It's you're not going to. So I'd rather get it over with, to be honest. Okay. Matt said voting gives you COVID. What ads have you been watching, Matt? What targeted? Oh, for the shit. I am glad that it's over. I always have a drink. When I was volunteering a lot with political parties, the relief you'd feel was that, you were done, like, with all the organising. It was all done. You were tired because you'd been handing out stuff or talking to people, whatever. You go home and you go, oh, it's over. Thank God. I feel that way mostly because, obviously it's going to change because there's going to be something else. But it's like the last 5 weeks have just been, that's not true. That didn't happen. That's not how it works. That's not true. What do you mean by that? That's not true. And you just patiently, like, one of the things with disinformation, like, that's something that's actually just proven is you can't actually, like, convince the person who's, like, lost their fucking rocker. But those that are reading, you can turn around and go, you know what? That's not true. And there's going to be people who go, oh, okay, there's a different view there, right? And I've made it. Yeah, seriously, voting makes you drink. Yeah. Oh, can you put some water in it? Just pour a little bit of. So the water. Did I destroy a second pressure cooker? Did I? Okay, cool. Awesome. Only took me 2 days. So yeah, just put a bit of water in it. Sorry, I must have not put enough in. I'm good at that. It's what killed the last one. Anyway, so where are we? So Cerulean Blur refused to vote for the Greens woman in her 60s with the purple hair. Remember when blue rinse meant, like, something else? I miss the good Greens. Yeah, well, yeah. The Greens are the Greens, and they, take or leave it. It is what it is, and I've explained this stuff in previous streams about, like, what I think a strategy is that sometimes you've just got to, trade one thing for the other. I know that most of the people there are good people. I used to be in the Greens. I left the Greens in frustration because a lot of it was activists just sort of wanting to rule the show, forgetting about consensus process and sort of abusing that process a lot. And I started to get frustrated. Here we go. That's my democracy, sausage. Bukkake all over my fucking face. Anyway. What? Okay. That's awesome. I'm so glad it's doing that. Can you look it up, please? Thank you. My pressure cooker. If you know anything about Instant Pot, it says food burn. I think there's a book for it. You can check it. You can Google what that message means. It means the food's burnt. It probably needs to cool down. Anyway, I didn't put enough water. I forgot to put extra water in. I've got real problems here. Yeah, so I had a census lady with a moustache once. Do I have a moustache? Oh, you're talking about the hair. I thought you were, carry on. Where are we? I lost my train of thought. That fucking Instant Pot. Jesus. Anyway, so the Greens is what it is. It's always got that. It's always got that tension and identity problem where it's never sure if it wants to be a political party or a party of activists. It's just kind of you learn to roll with it. You learn to roll with the left shit. you know, as a voter, well, I can't tell you how to vote, but, you know, all I can do is back the people there, that they mean well, that politics is politics and complex, and there's lots of negotiations that happen, and, you know, it's not as simple as you know, this one issue my way, therefore I'm going to throw it all out. It doesn't really work that way, unfortunately. And I would rather fucking die than vote for the coalition. I don't give a fuck. Anyway, I've made my position clear on the women in sports thing. I don't give a fuck. Pizza. Are you two just SMSing on my stream? Rebecca and Matt M of Doom are married, and it seems that they're texting each other. She's asking him to order pizza. Pizza sounds great, given that I just burnt the pool. But yeah, and also I haven't shown Paul how to use it, so it's like a bit, you know, we're having a bit of a moment here in this house. I decided that I was going to put pork on tonight, and I didn't plan ahead. Probably should have done that. Probably should order pizza. Dickhead. Anyway, that's me. So hang on, let me have a look. So it's really interesting because you start to see it is quite an emotional journey early on. What are the results looking like? Is there anything? There's nothing really meaningful at the moment. The polls are still open here. We've still got, what, 37 minutes of polls left. You're keeping me company, exactly. And, you know, like, this is mostly just reacting, mostly just, you know, flick in and out of, like, whatever. Or if you are a couple of friends of mine who are nerds, flick to fucking Antony Green. I've heard that that's a thing. It's not my kind of thing. I tend to not get, like, you know. But he's pretty cool. But, you know, you won't get it. He one thing that Antony Green will never do that I will do is that he won't call retards like me. Yeah, so hang on, we've got 6% counted in McKellar. So we're looking at ABC. There's nothing meaningful, but I am, yeah, we're not going to get anything. Has anything interesting happened that you've seen? You already ate your pizza. Oh, so Rebecca was saying that it's time to call for pizza for me. Okay, I'm still warming up getting here. All right. So what happened is I spent all day preparing for the stream. Oh, yum, I like anchovies. What I decided was, rather than preparing for the stream in a way that would provide value for you, what I decided to do was reconfigure my lights. So I reckon you should have anchovy and pineapple on a pizza. Brilliant. Highly polarized times. Why not both? Even though they're completely in conflict with each other, they are incompatible worldviews. You either like pineapple or you like anchovy. Let's figure out a way to let pineapple and anchovy coexist. And that's not a sex thing. Like anchovy and pineapple. That's not a sex thing. Is it? Anyway. And yeah, I like both actually. I like anchovy and pineapple, not together. But anyway, I'm one of those people. I'm too cruisy. I like both. They both have their strengths. There's a theme here. So, so North Sydney, there's a negative at the, okay, so it's only 8.8%. But North Sydney's Joe Hockey's previous seat, right? So North Sydney at the moment is down 15%. There's a negative swing in North Sydney, which was safe Joe Hockey. I was living in Sydney when, fucking hell. Okay, that's early, but still it's interesting because if that swing continues, sorry, I'm going to be nerdy here, but that was actually, I lived in North Sydney. That was Joe Hockey's seat and very, very liberal. And if that's indicative of a broader trend in Sydney, then like, fucking hell. I can't hear Antony, unfortunately. Unfortunately, his analysis is the thing that you need. But I'm going to look back at that in a minute. Let's have a look at North Sydney. I'm going to have a look. Hang on, I'll share my screen so that you can see stuff. Where's my fucking thing? Okay. So, welcome to Amateur Hour. Like I said, you may get production values at the ABC, but, you know, you won't get drinking and calling people cunts. So, you know, you decide. I'll let you decide. Where's my fucking app? Where's my Stream Deck app? Okay. Decided to close it. Hang on a sec. Where are we? iPad. Where the fuck is... It's gone. I'll use my mouse like a normal person. Okay. So look. So hang on. So we'll go to New South Wales. North Sydney. So I actually lived in this seat. So like that's interesting. Like, because that was, yeah, like I said, this was actually really safe. And I don't know much about the independent candidate, right? But this is like at the moment projected TCP. Oh, sorry, two candidate preferred. Holy crap balls. That's interesting, isn't it? Again, this is early. This is like, you know, but holy crap balls. Is this a landslide? Is this going to be like a WA? Is this going to be like a... It's going to be interesting to see if WA translates and goes fucking... If this goes federal and the Liberal Party gets wiped out like they did here. I think there's like 2 Liberals left in WA. And I think that they're both... There's like none. Liberal will definitely win in your... Oh, okay. So Sarah Lee Blue said Liberal will definitely win in my electorate. It's been that way since 1972. Yeah. Okay, what's your electorate without doxing yourself? Because this is North Sydney's... Like the history of North Sydney has always been... Always, like if this is not, that's North Shore of Sydney, which is the bluest of wealthy of blue. Oh, okay, Forest. Okay, I didn't know you were WA. I thought, why did I not know? Why did I think that you was? Anyway, doesn't matter. Forest. Yeah. So I don't know. Hang on, let's look at Forest. Let's have a look. Let's have some fun. Okay, we're just looking. All right, where are we? I prefer to look when it's a bit... Where are we? You fucking idiot. Where's my... Okay, here we go. Results side division. And it probably should... Why do you not wear your glasses, Taya? Where we go. Forest. Oh, what am I doing? It's fucking not closed yet, idiot. See? That's what happens with... fucking Sydney, is that everyone thinks that the world revolves around them and then we forget and then we think that the world revolves around Sydney too, and that's why we take calls at 6 a.m. Oh, so Rebecca, you guys are in Lindsay. Okay, so Lindsay will have some results. So let's have a look. Lindsay, where are we? That's Victoria, isn't it? Hang on, I'm not like... Yeah, I'm so fucking good at this. Can you tell? Is it Victoria or New South Wales? Victoria. Nope. New South Wales. Dickhead. Or Queensland. No, it's New South Wales. There we go. Okay. I only know, the only seats that I know are in the East are seats that I lived in and Batman. Seats that I've lived in and Batman. All right. No. Okay, for no, Batman. That's another thing, Anthony. Why the fuck? In all his years of calling the election, Antony Green doesn't say Batman or make Batman jokes. You'll get that here. You won't get that with Antony Green. I'll tell you that now. The informed medical options. Oh, fuck. I know that I've seen it. I've seen it. But the more you... Oh, fuck me. Hey. Anyway, where are we? So, this is Lindsay. Welcome to Amateur Hour. All right, so it's still... All right. Still, hang on, how much has been counted? Depends on the booths and stuff, right? Okay, so that looks like it's pretty safely liberal, you rich bastards. Fremantle was interesting. Yeah, exactly. Why nobody like? Is that most of us just go no, Batman? It's like it's the unspoken thing of like, yeah. So you're in Fremantle, okay? Yeah. So that was yeah, it's an interesting seat, that one. It was shifting. It was like shifted. It was Labor and then shifted Green, and yeah, that was anyway. Let's move. Sorry. One sec. Let me get rid of this, mate. Let's go back to you. Okay. Informed Medical Options Party gave me COVID. Also. Look, I try so hard. Like, I try to be forgiving. I try to understand. I really do. I try. But holy fucking shitballs. Oh. Yeah, David Spears, I'm sort of just we're waiting for the main show. He's like the supporting act, right? Red's here. Hi, Red. Batman was my seat. Isn't it Batman? But now they've changed it to Boring Cooper because people are bat-phobic. Oh, did they change Batman? Is Batman gone? I was looking forward to Batman. Every time there's an election on, I'm like, Batman. There's not many political scientists that do that shit, by the way. But, you know. So, Catherine. Ha. Warringah. So, the Independent seems to be winning. 14.4% counted. 61.9% of the vote so far. And the two-party preferred to the Independent. So, that's good. I'm happy about that. That's a lesson. I was saying this earlier today. Okay, let's have fun on this stream, right? I was saying earlier today that I have a feeling that you could have won off the back of the culture wars maybe a year ago, but I think we've reached it kind of, it's like a, you know, we're at the end of the bell curve. We're at the end of the curve where it's just, you know, it's not quite, it's not happening, right? Yeah, honestly, Laurie said she scored more votes than I was expecting. Honestly, I think that it's just loyalty to, you know, I think it's just the nature of Warringah. That's Tony Abbott's old seat. There's going to be tried and true people who will vote, old people who don't know the issues. They're not across the issues. There'll probably be a bunch of women who, like, you know, really tried. But it is Tony Abbott's old seat, and it is you know, that's covering, like, if you know Warringah, that's like, again, super tough, super rich, you know, older, even middle-aged, very wealthy kind of demographic, right? So I don't see how that, I don't think that, there's lots of reasons why they would have gotten that vote. That's like I think we've got a similar kind of situation in Curtin where, yeah, what happened? Fucking shat myself, thought my stream hung up. But my computer just turned to dark mode all of a sudden. It's at 5:35 on the dot for some reason, because it does it dynamically based on the time of when the internet gnomes know that when the sun sets, it turns to dark mode automatically, and it scared me because I thought everything was going off. Anyway, Paul has a question. Did I kill the instant pot?
I got rid of the burn notice. And now it just needs to be started again.
Okay, so put water?
Yeah.
30 minutes? So go, hang on. I'm trying to do, now I've got to remember. Pressure cook? Yeah. Hit the pressure cook button. Sorry. Didn't expect this, did you? Cooking tips as well.
Yeah.
Pressure cook?
45 minutes.
Yeah, I go down. Press, beep, to 30. Then hit start. Don't forget to hit start. Yeah, so sorry, so I will talk in a minute. We're just, you know, isn't it funny how pork killed the first one, the last one, and then I've just seems like, anyway. Huh? Yep. It says on and high, that means it's working. There we go. It was confusing. Okay, so back to it. So Catherine Deves. I think it will be worth it. Do you know why? Because also remember, there's this is something that I try to trying to get across to people is that it's not necessarily about the issue, but there's so many deals done. This will be good. She will have been seen as a loyal soldier. I'm sure she'll get a nice little job working. Remember, it's not just the member of parliament if you don't win. She's now won her position. She's won a place in that sort of, trusted, loyal, take one for the team. That sort of, she's won that kind of position, right? She's sort of trusted. She's won the trust of hopefully a former prime minister. So I can't see how that wouldn't work well for her. The picture of Howard and Abbott together. I went looking, but I ran out of time because I was playing with my lights. And I thought to message friends, but if you can send it to me if you're here and you've got it, then I will show it. But I went looking for that ballot, that spoiled ballot, which was that drawing of Tony Abbott with a giant cock. I couldn't find it. And oh gosh. But yes, Abbott. Gosh, we've had it rough the last few years, haven't we? But yeah, so Laurie said something I'd be asking is, was it worth the sacrifice for Deeds? And I think it will be. Remember, she's a baby lawyer. She's set for life in terms of the connections that she's made. I'm sure that she understands that she has taken one for the team. I'm sure she understands that she was being used. I hope she understands that she was being used. If she doesn't know that, then she's an idiot. But she was being used cynically by these people. I saw this coming, tried to warn her, but whatever. Okay. It is what it is. But I really think that this is actually, it's kind of, let's just watch the trends and see if this culture war shit this is the thing that I'm worried about and concerned about. My primary concern is not necessarily the election per se, but my area of focus is, like I was saying this earlier today, which is that a big trigger for me going, I need to dig and figure out what the hell's going on here, was the 2019 loss with the ALP, because I was surprised that this happened. And I was like, what the hell? And I realized that the internet comment section had more influence. I mean, I always knew that it did, but there was that. There's how it's like you always intuitively suspect something, and then you see it and you go, oh, this is more important than even I considered. That this is actually now, it has a real political impact. And I wasn't sure it was the culture wars. I thought that it was just sort of that Labor didn't campaign well. But I went through and I audited all of it, and I went back and I was like, okay, I audited it better than the ALP. But it does seem like, I think they ran I don't know, do you think they ran a good campaign? I think they did. I think I was walking. I'm going to try and claim some. I'm going to ring Sam Lynn's campaign, once on Monday, and see if I can score one of the campaign posters. ScoMo in the Hawaiian hat and like Clive Palmer and stuff. Like even their posters are just memes. I think it's fantastic. I think they did great. I think the team did as well as they could have done. Honestly, I was quite impressed. I think they fought a good fight. I think they stayed above a lot of this stuff, rose above it. I don't know what you saw in your campaign. I had a back and forth with somebody on Twitter today, Seamus, if that is your real name, and he was saying how it was quite toxic, and that Labor were negative and they were all negative and all this stuff, and he just wanted to be positive. But I feel like the ALP, in the circumstances, again, when the sort of that Murdoch ecosystem, that it was never going to be nice, it was never going to be fair. They were always going to go into the gutter with this culture wars, desperation and shit, okay? And I thought that they took it, if anything, I think they did it with good. Yes, it was negative, but they realized that they had to be dragged, if they were going to be dragged into this campaign. Yay! Peter Dutton! See, it's a fucking... Okay, are they calling that already? That Peter Dutton lost his seat? Okay. I'm sure that you've all got the TV on as well. Right? Which is the... like, Green is laughing. Peter Dutton lost his seat. Okay. Hang on, let's... See, I'm not really paying attention to the whole thing. So the primary vote nationwide. Okay. Interesting. I'm looking, sorry, I'm sure you're all watching the fucking ABC thing. I don't need to show it, right? This is, okay. So, okay, I don't, again, I like to wait a little longer. It's still a bit early. Holy shit, are we looking at a landslide? Am I? Okay, so historically, if you see ministers going and losing, that's a massive nationwide swing against the government, generally. Oh, okay, I'm talking shit. Okay, so here we go. So if I'm looking at the numbers here, there's a positive swing to independent parties, non-major parties. The swing against the Liberal Party is bigger than the swing against Labor. That's normal. That happened. When was that actually happened? That year that the Greens actually, I was in the Greens at the time, we got something like 11% of the vote. This was in the back after all that One Nation fiasco and stuff. So it looks like we can still do the potato memes. We can still do it. Now he's a baked potato. Haha. Yeah, I can't do the call-in, unfortunately. I couldn't get the tech happening, unfortunately. I'm really pissed. I'm really upset that I couldn't get the call-in happening. You're just going to have to do chat, I'm afraid. I need a producer. I can't do it without it. I just realised I reached a point where I accepted that there's certain things. I thought it would be easier, but my cables were getting feedback and I couldn't. It was either like I wouldn't be able to hear you, and yeah, it was just too much fucking effort, so I gave up. I kept trying until half an hour before the stream. I was desperate to the point where I wasn't prepared for this stream because I was so busy trying to get it to work. It just wouldn't work with the setup that I've got, and I need to give it proper time. Anyway, so Cerulean Blue said maybe it'll go like WA state election. So usually what happens was when WA has a state election and we win, we win. The left broadly. I lump us in together. I was actually talking about this ticket. When you look at the ticket and how stacked it is against us, I was saying media, the odds against us, the hurdles that the ALP and Greens have to get over every single election. You've got people that they're willing to go negative. They've got more candidates on the ticket. They stack everything. Murdoch press fucking do everything. The ALP, considering, okay, I think they went, we're going to be fucked. We know, I can just, if I reverse engineer the strategy here, they're like, we're going to have fun with it. If we're going to go negative, we're going to have fun with it. And I think that's resonated, right? Baked. I said baked potato. No, I think if you reverse engineer like the advertising strategy, thank you, Taya. Come on, Gruen, why don't you? No, let's just put people who don't know what they're talking about. Anyway, but like internet-wise, digital. They understand the other stuff, but not digital. But what I saw happen here was that they decided, they went, okay, if we're going to have to fight at this level, let's meme. The left can meme. And they did it well. And I'm thinking that they did it well. The best thing, I don't know. Again, it's very early to say, but if that swing, what's really fascinating here is the One Nation vote. It's almost like One Nation. I've talked about them before, and they're kind of like tried and true protest vote. You know what you're getting, but Palmer. Well, I mean, at the moment we're looking at Hinkler in Queensland, and Palmer and One Nation between them got 20% of the vote so far, okay, and an independent. But what's happened is that One Nation and Palmer have preferenced the independents. And I'm seeing that's interesting. It is interesting to me. I'd have to. Thing is, I need time. I'm not someone who can just look. Obviously these things require. You need to know the electorate. You need to know some of the demographics. Batman's dead, apparently. So, sorry, I'm just looking at that TV, right? Rebecca Fanning. But yeah, some of the Queensland stuff's coming in, and it looks like there's okay. So Palmer's actually getting a fairly decent chunk. Oh, interesting. Anyway, yeah. So interesting stuff. Some of this is going to be a brutal preference war from what I can see here, especially in Queensland. Oh, sorry, I was saying about Western Australia. So what happens when Western Australia have an election, say a year before, the federal election, which often happens, is that there's usually a swing against this, because people don't know the difference between federal and state government. Usually there's a swing against whatever the incumbent government is in the state government, in whatever state. So they kind of do that protest vote against the party, right? But yeah, so last election, Labor had a vision and no one wanted it. So now you get what you get. Yeah, it is really hard. They're up against a lot when you actually think about. See, when you're willing to do, and this is a theme for most of the stuff that I talk about, which is when you're willing to go there and you're willing to do bad shit, you're up against, you're not willing to do it, you're up against those who are willing to do that stuff. And you're always on the back foot. So for Labor to win, I mean, technically Labor have the largest amount of seats and the largest number of votes. It's only because the LNP, or primary votes, right? Remember, the Liberal National Party are two separate parties. And so it's kind of weirdly, it's not stacked in, there's a lot of history there, but Palmer's vote acquisition cost was about 300. There we go. There's another marketer in the audience. I was sitting there, $300 each. Yeah. He could have just paid, I said, who was it that said he could have just paid them $150 to vote for him, right? It's like, fucking hell. So in Lindsay, they're calling it for libs, which goes to show if you do nothing for 3 years, you can get a minus swing. Well, I think there is something to be said in something like highly divisive times. People do tend to vote for the status quo. So if you don't know who your local member is and you're fine with everything and everything's ticking along, I don't know much about Lindsay as a seat, but I imagine it's another one of those wealthy ones, is it? Is it north? Where's Lindsay? Is that north or south? Yeah. You can always tell a marketer because they like thinking about cost per acquisition and cost per, all that sort of stuff. That's hilarious. But yeah, he could have just paid. He could have stood at polling booths, saved on the paper with how to vote, saved on all the printing, and gone, here's $100, vote for me. And it would have been cheaper and probably less illegal. Well, it's not illegal. What he's doing is technically unethical, not illegal. I was trying to explain this to somebody today, actually, about how what he's doing is not illegal per se. What it is this happened in the last election, which is that he falls in the gaps between three different regulatory bodies, the AEC, the Information Commissioner, so those unsolicited text messages, privacy stuff, ACMA, which is the Advertising Standards Bureau, and the ACCC. And unfortunately, there's some, we're largely ruled by convention, like the unspoken, all that sort of stuff. And so when some guy goes, all right, I'm going to take advantage of that, and everyone's like, that's not what we meant, fuckhead. And then we pass a law eventually when we get around to it because we're too busy, But yeah, so it's like, yeah, so that's the thing. Give you Palmer's budget, get you to buy anything. I'm the same. And this is why I just realized that it's actually why I quit. Because I saw what was going on and I saw that this industry was a race to the bottom. I saw that it needed massive amounts of reform. And I saw nobody and nobody willing to talk about it, let alone fix it. And like that, all of this reputation management and that Venn diagram between marketing and politics and ethics and stuff, you know, that sort of clear distinction between like Troll Farm, Cambridge Analytica, you know, those sorts of agencies and your traditional digital agencies, that Venn diagram started to become a circle, right, very, very quickly in terms of ethics. And so I saw that happening and I just went, you know what, if I do that here, I'm doing that over here, I'm contributing to the problem. So therefore, I just need to figure. I've been lost ever since. I've been bewildered ever since. But oh, good. Linda Burney won her seat. That's great. $300 would get you a couple of happy endings. So not sure value for money. Ask Elon Musk about that one. That he didn't even get a happy ending, and it cost him $250,000. Can be expensive when you ask for one and you don't get it. Okay, so all right. I'm glad that you guys are all keeping me up to date too, because I can, you know, I'm ADD and I can multitask to a point, and I know this stuff to a point, but at the same time, like I'm barely paying attention to the. I'm sure people will tell me breaking news. Fuck Dutton. On your way. Don't let the door hit your ass on the way out. I want ScoMo to lose his seat and it will be fucking marvellous. And Frydenberg and all those people. Who's the minister for like social services who sneakily passed this like robo-debt shit and this like, you know, Centrelink debts can't be statute barred? Hope they go. I hope the person who caused, I mean, it's not one person, it's always systems, as you know, but, you know, whatever. You'll notice I don't drink. I don't drink much. And I'm on Lyrica. So one glass of cider, I start to get very tired very quickly. This whole Twitter Elon Musk thing is it's a bit weird, isn't it? It's, yeah, the current price of happy endings. It's interesting because I realized that I was undercharging. I think it's the only the uggos do it for $150. The good-looking people, they can name their price, right? Fuck me. So Brisbane, in the cities, right? Okay, so Brisbane right now is up 5% for the Greens. So this is the swings. Negative 10% swing for the Liberals in Brisbane. That's positive. And up 3 ALP. So that's in a city. That's Brisbane. That's to be expected. Hot as fuck in Brisbane. Oh, my God. Every time I go to Queensland, my hair turns to straw. Anyway. Takes me like 6 weeks of like hard conditioning to recover from Brisbane. But so in Ryan at the moment, it's 30.5% Green. So there's the second candidate at the moment. So that's interesting. So it's between LNP and Green at the moment in with a very small percentage of One Nation and UAP. Where's Ryan? I assume that's suburban. In a suburban. Is that like a Fremantle of like Queensland? I don't know where Ryan is. Negative 11.2% swing. We're looking at it like pretty uniform. 11%. Holy shit. So negative 11.2% to LNP, negative 2.9% to ALP, and plus 10.8 to the Greens. And like not much to anyone else. Go Greens. Go candidate. I didn't see who the candidate was. Well done. That's the kind of results we want to see. Max, Chandler, Martha. I don't know that guy. Anyway, I don't really know everybody. That's cool. We're in Lindsay, Uggos only. What is it? Ugg boots only. I live in WA. It's Ugg boots only. But only in July because there's like 2 weeks in July where you can wear Ugg boots because otherwise it's too hot for anything. I've still got Yeah. So Greens are doing fucking amazing in Queensland. Holy shit balls. Well done. These numbers are basically peak Green at the moment. Like we were getting that's incredible work. Wonder how it's going to be in WA. Fucking hell. Sorry, I just was like, fucking hell, that's cool. Well done, team. Okay, so I consider anybody who's against the right, the team, because I've been member of both parties. I've also got friends in the Liberal Party, moderate friends in the moderate faction of the Liberal Party. And they're all really good people. They work really hard. And even in One Nation, like, I think that they're wrong-headed in the way that they interpret things and the solution, but, you know, they're good at naming the problem. And I think One Nation can maybe, you know, chip some of the edges away, believe it or not. I know this is a weird thing to say, but in comparison to these batshit Palmer and, you know, people like that, One Nation has at least a legitimate, even if I don't see, I grew up Bogan, I grew up in WA, I know the country, I know mining people, and, you know, like, One Nation is sort of the least shit choice in that area, right? Like, I have interesting feelings about One Nation. I've talked about Pauline Hanson before, and I know people will, like, you know, think I'm a bad lefty, but when you are doing class-based analysis, you'll see that you have allies that you might not expect, and if you can get past the sort of some of these, like, other stuff, which is abhorrent. I've never, you know, some of the racism and xenophobia and all that sort of stuff, that, you know, we have shared goals. And one thing I've heard is that they're actually pretty decent in the Senate. So, and one person who's actually surprised us is Ms. Jackie Lambie. I like me as someone who, I don't know, I just got a soft spot. Right? I'm not one of those people who's, so Greens are smashing it in Melbourne, which was unsurprising because that's Adam Bandt's seat, right? So that's good. There's a 17.6% swing to Labor in Melbourne, though. Okay. But LNP, no fucking chance. They're not even registering. That was inevitable, though. Adam was always going to have some, because he won, so I think he won by such a massive majority last time, right? Greens leader. I hate that fucking term. Okay, fun story. Fun story about the Greens. One of the great shit fights in the Greens is whether the Greens have a leader or not. So basically one of the big things, the big shit fights in the Greens has always been whether there's a leader or not. Like, there's a big fight, which is basically like when Bob Brown was the, like, leader, was that basically the argument was that Matt said Antony Green just declared he's the lizard queen and typed out. Yeah. I honestly, I couldn't do his job. You know how I joke about how I can call people cunts and retards? I could not do his job because I would break in that way. Like, he's somebody who handles himself. It's not just the numbers. It's not just, anybody can do the numbers and run the numbers, except me, because I don't do numbers. I talk shit. But what he does best is he could deliver the shittest news, and he's just so, there's something just, he's just a national treasure, and he deserves that title. All right, it's just one of the, I don't use that term, but he really is. He keeps his cool. He's just, yeah. Anyway, you can tell whenever he comes out, he's in his prime. He loves this shit. Yeah. Anyway, so what was I going to say? What else was I talking about before that? Oh yeah, the Greens and leaders. So the funny thing about the Greens with leaders is that it was one of those things where they were founded without leadership. You know, no belief. There's that belief in consensus-driven politics. So basically, it has to be consensus. There's not such thing as a vote. A vote is the last resort, right? In any kind of decision making, which is why you'll see certain policies that are just like Frankenstein's policies that make no sense sometimes, because you've just had to receive a consensus and people have just been exhausted to death. I can understand how with some of this gender stuff or whatever, that some people have just gone, fuck it, I'm not doing this. You're tiring me. If you're trying to go through that consensus process, I can see how people would be like exhausted into it, right? So, but the leadership thing was a thing. So when the Greens started to get an actual caucus happening and the number of different seats, so with Bob Brown and Dee Margetts and, you know, all those sort of people, Parliament needed to nominate a leader. And that created a massive kind of rift in the Greens, and it's still to this day over Bob being leader and calling himself leader. And a lot of people would be like, he's starting to get a little bit too leadery for our liking. Why is he talking on behalf of the, like, that's an issue with the Greens. So it's funny to see this happen where Adabad's just the leader, because there's always this stuff underneath and all these negotiations. And that's the thing about politics I think people don't realise, is all of those negotiations and stuff that happen underneath all of these things. And you kind of got to reverse on, it's what, anyway, that was a side point. So, what have we got? So, they're still talking to Adam. It's interesting. Looks like, I think we've got a landslide. Whatever it looks like, it looks pretty positive, doesn't it? Let me have a look at some results. So, WA, 2 minutes. Have we called it yet? What's funny? Do you know what's funny is that if you're overseas, when there is a major landslide that happens, do you know what's funny? Is that basically they call the election before WA. Like, we've been closed for 20 minutes and they're like, yeah, it's over. It's called. We're done. Move on. Like, what about us? Oh, we'll deal with you on Monday. Yeah, fucking. It's great. I love it. Anyway. So, he could talk, can't he? I'm not really paying attention. 56, 45, 6. And honestly, if these were dress proportions, it'd be... Oh, goodness me. Okay, so let's have a look. Let me go back. Where are we? So, quick analysis. Let's look at the quick one. Seat summary. Where are we? No, not seat summary. Let's go. Where the fuck? Let's just hit tally room and hope we get there. Okay, so far we're looking at a pretty freaking definitive win. Oh my God! Red just pointed out the green on the bloke. Hang on, you ready? He's got that. Now it's creeping me out. Okay, everyone turn on ABC if you're not, right? This guy, I feel bad because what's funny is he's got the triangle pointing specifically. It just looks creepy. It looks like he's a head on a stick. It's very weird. Holy shitballs. Are we looking at a WA style obliteration of the fucking coalition? Interesting. So is the culture wars not... Do you know what? Do you know what's massive hard? Yeah, I know, right? I'm good at this systemic thinking, systems thinking and sort of broader stuff. But if you get me down into the weeds of numbers, I can't do it. I'm not good at the arithmetic. I think I've got dysgraphia or some shit like that. But that's really amazing if that happens. But do you know why? I'm telling you, the reason why I'm so excited about this is because I really, really believed. Interesting. Now I'm thinking, can you see my brain ticking over? Because I was worried that the culture wars would ruin this election and that they would win. What this is that these wedge issues... Do you know what's interesting? This is the end of wedge politics. Is this a sign that people see through it? I'm wondering whether because maybe the sign is in what my son said to me today about how fucking I'm just sick of this. Because okay, there's two theories here. One was that Palmer could absolutely just annoy everybody because he was focusing on his slice, and that was effective, obviously. There was that slice, right? And that because I was watching Gruen Nation, and they were kind of missing it, right? Yeah, so the polls are closed in WA, but it looks like the election's already won. We already decided it's already over. Yeah, so Rebecca Marler said we all live in overpriced eastern state suburbia. Excuse me? My house is worth $900,000, the one I'm moving into. Thank you very much. And it ain't no shit. It ain't no shit. It's bad here too. It's pretty bad. Anyway, what was I going to say? Can't remember. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. So their analysis with Groin Nation was that Palmer, he was like what he was spending and how it was like, largely ineffective because it would annoy people. The bit they were missing was the psychology of this, right? Well, maybe they're not missing it. Maybe they just ignored it, and maybe they were correct and I was wrong. But I think given his primary vote, I think I'm still correct, which was that he was playing to his base. And so when you understand the radicalization that happened with his messaging, he was trying to drive a wedge in families and communities, and it was actually quite a clever wedge strategy if you're thinking about the psychology. What a fuckwit this guy is. But what I thought he was doing, again, I'm only guessing, this is just reverse engineering, right? But what I thought he was doing was that it didn't matter if it annoyed everybody. Stop distracting me, Matt. It didn't matter if he annoyed 90% of people. What mattered was that he created this wedge and drove this division and created this sort of separation. I've seen this, and we've seen this play out with families. I'm sure you've seen, everyone knows someone who's kind of gone off the deep end. And what it does is like this whole BitChute, like this whole radicalization funnel, all that sort of like COVID shit, the freedom, right? So he is directing preference to the libs. There's a coalition. He's basically just another fucking, member of the coalition. But basically what I think that he was trying to do was that he was trying to annoy everyone, like to a point where everyone would express annoyance or frustration or Clive Palmer's a fuckwit, all that stuff. Because for that one or two radicalized people in the family or the audience, they're going to feel that sense of persecution, that sense of persecution that no one else gets it. And then what they do is they then provide them with messaging that reinforces a worldview where they're persecuted and they're a victim and fucking hell, all this. I was driving down the road, as I do, as many of us do, you might relate, and I was looking at a poster and it's just like, how easy is it to just refer to freedom and liberty? And you go, what do you fucking mean? I want you to define these words. Define what you mean. What freedom don't you have? What freedom do you want? Be specific, okay? Because all I see is a bunch of people being pissed off that that they have to be members of a society and that they're expected to be part of a social contract. Is there corruption? Yes. Was this imperfect? Yes. Were mistakes made? Yes. You do better, fuckhead. It was complicated. Was there an ideological difference, a clear ideological difference between how Labor handled these things and how the Liberals federally handled these things? Yes. Were there various issues and concerns with surveillance and all of those things? Yes. Federal government, don't trust them with my fucking anything. But state government, I trust with my, it's all just different things. Define freedom. What does it mean? What freedom? Literally, we live in one of the freest countries in the world. When you know the system, our system is literally designed to make sure that you have more freedoms than anywhere else. What are you fucking moaning about? Yeah, so Rebecca actually made a good point. Sorry, I'll look up in a minute. Mr. Palmer and his 5 daughters. I did say that. But also remember that Palmer's votes, it's not about getting seats. It's about getting those small amount of votes in the key seats and making sure that, favours are done and all that sort of stuff. He doesn't want a Labor government, federal government, because they fucking hate him too. And also this stuff. I have a feeling that a lot of this, the Palmer problem, as it were, will go to the High Court, and because again, a lot of our stuff is through the courts, right? So Rebecca made a good point. Ask PR people. It never matters if you annoy your not targets. Exactly. Just matters if you funnel your targets where you want, and Palmer did that well. And that's what I was trying to explain exactly. It was that funnel that I've been talking about, which is also one thing that I noticed, and I meant to stream on, but I've just been like really, really busy with various other things. I'm sorry about life stuff. But I meant to do more pre-election stuff, but yeah, whatever. But one of the things that, hang on. Oh yeah, so hang on, what's it? Oh yeah, the funnel. So what I observed, because I was going to do some of this sort of dark patterns, unethical advertising, really tracking that sort of stuff. I ended up not being able to do it because of various reasons. But everything's up against me doing what I want to do. It's all right. But I wanted to track that stuff. But I had been tracking it, and what I noticed was that as soon as the election was called, about a week before the election was called, all of the far right Freedom Party, all this sort of stuff, all the CDP, all of Palmer, all that stuff. Yes, he was running those annoying ads, but a lot of the Facebook library ads with the targeting and stuff were turned off, and they weren't seen. And so what I would, again, I'm sure Rebecca would validate what I'm saying here, is what I saw was they were doing it a year ago. What they were doing is list building a year ago. And what they were doing was building that list so that when it was turned on and when the election, when there was more scrutiny, they were already going direct, doing direct email campaigns, doing direct SMS campaigns, all that sort of stuff. And when I said that there would be a lot of 62, 47, and 6. Holy shit. Sorry, give me a sec. I was just talking about something else. Okay, I'll have a look in a second. I've got it on auto refresh, but okay, so that is holding. Interesting. Yeah, Engadine Maccas is going to have a cleanup, I think. It's funny, actually. I was talking to my son, and it's just funny how, they don't know much about, my kids don't. I wish they were more interested in politics. They're not. This is the thing. I love this idea that people think that you have any control over your children and who they could become, and your parenting style. It's like they are who they are. Not one of my children is interested in any of this shit. But the one thing my son does know is that ScoMo shat himself at the Engadine Maccas. I love the idea. It's it wasn't the Engadine Maccas. I love that, where he just lied, because it wasn't that Maccas. Yeah, fucking. Anyway, but anyway, so I was saying, what I noticed with the campaign was that the things that I was tracking, they just turned off. And I think that what was happening was they went direct straight away. And then more that was what Trump did as well, where Trump just went more direct, and the stuff that you were seeing was bad, but the stuff that you were getting, you saw that was direct, was absolutely revolting. The Daily Wire and Ben Shapiro, they all do that tactic, that funnel. That is that's the funnel that I've been talking about, and no one will have this conversation about how it's being used. Well, as I've said, the thing that sells you Kardashians, the Kardashians use the funnel just as much as anyone else, and what it requires is an industry set of standards around dark patterns. I'm taking the opportunity while there's people watching to say that. That's my cause. What have we got here? Warringa. Okay, so she lost. By the looks. Okay. Let's have a look. Sorry. I feel bad that I'm happy about that, because but I warn people, but it's just, okay. Yeah, she's lost it. That's good. Okay. I'm happy about that. I like that. I like when this stuff backfires, because I've been saying for a very long time that this is good news. This is good news for the culture wars, in the sense that these guys did every trick that the GOP did and continue to do. And it's not working. No, that's interesting, isn't it? Is that encouraging, that all of the COVID misinformation, all of the anti-mask shit. I mean, we don't know what the Senate's going to look like. All of this stuff, and people overwhelmingly voted for Green. I'm going to include One Nation because let's consider. I think One Nation get a say as they're an institution now. They're not an out. They're not. Yeah. Okay. Let's give One Nation a bone. Okay. They're the right wing Greens. Okay. They're confused. Bizarrely, we have a political studying law. We did nothing to cause it. Sorry, I think you missed a word. I don't. 61-47-6. So all the projections at the moment are that Labor will win more seats than the coalition. Yeah, fucking yeah! Well, my stream's not going to be long. Paul, can I have some more cider? Bizarrely, we have a political child studying law. We did nothing. Oh, okay, there we go. That makes sense. Yeah, well, I grew up with that. See, the reason why I kind of throw One Nation a bone and I'm a little bit more sympathetic is because my family are all One Nation supporters, right? Thank you. I grew up in a, working class, don't engage with politics, know everything about politics, but don't engage with politics generally. A lot of opinions, not a lot of facts, but, I also understand their pain and their struggle and why One Nation's attractive to them. So for me, and I grew up and I became, this, and my kids are all just not interested in anything I've got to say. My daughter failed politics and law, and I was like, I could have helped you. She's like, no, I didn't want your help. I was like, oh, fuck's sake. Now my son in his economics test, he said he was asked to explain supply and demand in an economics test, and he came to me and he said, I've got to explain demand, and I wrote, no, thank you. And I was like, well, technically he kind of did. I'd give you a 49 out of 100 for that. But, yeah, it's just, kids are going to be who they're going to be. You can't win. Oh, look, Tanya's on it. Okay, so what? Okay, this is funny. I always laugh because if you guys remember how many times, what was his name? Was it Richardson? No. Who was it that was live on the ABC? Because what happens is the panelists on the ABC are generally those who are comfortable that they're not going to lose their seat. But what we've known with the last couple of elections is that no one wants to go and sit in there because it's never certain, right? And it's quite funny. Who was it that lost their seat? Was it what's his name? His face is in my head. I can't remember. But you'll know remember who I was talking about. Can't remember. Anyway, whatever. But, okay, so they're calling it for Labor early. Wow. Well, there you go. We're just watching. Let's have a look. Okay, so. Can't really see. Hang on. Is there any WA stuff? Hang on. Let's have a look. Blah, 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 blah. Where are we? Where the fuck? See, the thing is they don't even need to really do the closed seats because they can also extrapolate from broader trends. So what they do is they actually extrapolate from the broader trends and historical trends who's likely to win. Like there will be some surprises. I'm curious. I really want to look at Tangney and see what's going on. There's no results in yet. I want to know what's happening with Tangney because Tangney is a safe Liberal seat. It's one of the safest seats here. And so that's really interesting. Who fuck was it that lost their seat? I'm going to have to look it up. It's driving me nuts now. Who was on the ABC panel and lost their seat live? Hang on. Liberal lost seat on ABC. Who was it that fucking lost their seat? Oh, great. Google's fucking with me. It was in 2007. It was obliterative loss. Remember that? Anyway, doesn't matter. Can't remember. I think it was 2007. Yeah, it was Kevin 2007, and they were obliterated. I can't remember who it was. If you can remember who it was, let me know. So it looks like Palmer has had a really big impact. One Nation's interesting because they were dead for a while. I don't know. What do we do? Okay, we have to have an understanding. We have to decide. I don't know about you, but I can't fully hate One Nation. I don't know about when you think about how far right things have gotten. Yeah, it wasn't the Victorian election. It was a federal one. There was a federal minister. Was it Richo? I know. Was it No, Richo was on the panel. I remember that. Great. But I can't. Who the fuck was it? It's going to drive me nuts now. But they were on the panel and they watched their seat just disappear and evaporate. It wasn't Howard because Howard wasn't on the show. I just can't remember who it was. It was a minister. Anyway, show me. So Palmer's getting a good chunk of the vote. But, okay, so I think we need to have a conversation about One Nation because a lot of the problems and pains that One Nation have are aligned with that of, the Labor movement, right? Yes, they scapegoat the wrong people, they blame the wrong targets, but I do like the fact that One Nation exists in that space in the Senate because I like the way that our system works. I like the fact that there are negotiations and that there's people on sort of there's that constant push and pull, right? Page 2 of same search result said whether woman accidentally flashes boob on live TV. Yeah, and so Rebecca, One Nation might be a healthy input to the national debate, but it doesn't mean we like them. Yeah, I agree, and I have an uncomfortable relationship with One Nation. I find, their views abhorrent. I find the racism abhorrent. But again, when you're doing class analysis, you're looking at, you kind of got that, there's a class solidarity aspect to this, which is that, especially in rural, rural Queensland, rural WA, they're going to vote that way. When the rural situation, it's just so different. I don't know how much people have exposure to that, but yeah, I don't know. I have mixed feelings about One Nation. I'm one of those things. I not the others. Like fuck that. Palmer can get fucked. All of them can get fucked. But One Nation's a bit messier. One Nation is like the kind of counterbalance to the Greens. If you get past your own biases, One Nation is a large, sort of a broad tent as well, right? Much like the Greens. When I was talking about that leadership thing and all that stuff, I don't know. Again, you know what I'm saying. I'm saying maybe it's nostalgia for right-wing fuckheads that were just racist, and rather than crazy as well, right? They were just boring old racist rather than crazy and unhinged and radicalized and acting like fucking, and thinking they fighting for their First Amendment rights. I want an old kind of fucking reactionary right winger, not this fucking crazy shit that we're seeing at the moment. But maybe it's nostalgia for less crazy. So Rebecca said, I really appreciated Jackie Lambie's tearful address about being a single mum on benefits who couldn't afford footy boots for her kids. We need more of that and less big business whining. And that's the point that I'm trying to get across with class analysis and how important class analysis is. And if you don't know what that means, if you're new, it's not identity politics in terms of sort of racism. Like the theory, a lot of Marxist analysis is based on the fact that regardless, that a lot of this identity politics stuff actually divides, it prevents otherwise revolutionary activity. But also when you're talking about how fascism rises, it's inevitable that people, they're going to, the nature of fascism and the way that it rises and the way that the far right rises, that it co-opts what would be revolutionary energy and revolutionary rage and turns it outwards into a scapegoat, right? That's largely how that phenomenon occurs, which is that outgrouping. And so one thing that I don't want to do is, I mean, as much as I have fun with it, you know, like you got to be economical and talk shit about people, right? And make fun of Americans and stuff. And, you know, make fun of things and do actual, you have to analyze things in groups and trends and data, right? You can't avoid that. But getting too far into the minor divisions actually prevents meaningful change. And one of the things about the labor movement, even the feminist movement as well, anything that's like a major like movement, it requires allies that you don't like but have the same struggle, but you need to sort of unite. You can't keep splitting. I mean, yeah. Anyway, that's just for those people who are watching me tonight and aren't regular viewers of my boring shit. But yeah, Jackie Lambie is, you know, if you grew up in sort of anything sort of outside of the outer suburbs in any Australian city or state, like I'm rural, like northwest. I've been through, you know, like hard shit. They're going to vote that way, but they're still good people. They're racist as shit. They've got the wrong diagnosis and the wrong cause, but the pain is the same. And that's why I try with One Nation, it's a bit more complicated, right? But because you can talk to them, you can negotiate with One Nation, you can reason with them, okay? So it would be great. It would be epic 2022 if we won 69. It'd be like, nice. That'd be great. Anyway, that'd be peak meme. It's just, there's too many memes at the moment. It's all just, whatever. Okay, so who's won? What's this one? The ticker's coming thick and fast now. We got any results from WA yet? Not yet. Nah. What time is it? 6:28? Fucking hell. That's too long. Why don't we know who voted where by now? Get your shit together, WA. Our authoritarian regime really should get their shit together. Actually, it's funny. You know what? We live across the road from a primary school. Polling booth is like right there, like literally like across the road. But I was still running out at 3:00, bitching and moaning at Paul and voting because I had to get back for my stream. It's like, fucking hell, how hard is it? Couldn't make it any easier for you, Taya. I need my lanta because I'm having cider. Yeah, anyway. Is the pressure cooker done? No. Yeah. When the pressure cooker's done, I'm going to have a break. But I don't think I need to come back soon because it looks like it's all cold. Looks like it's over already. It was over pretty much as long as an average stream that I think was going to be quick. That's how quick it is. Sorry, I have an obstruction. It causes so much acid. I'm basically just constantly having my lanta. I do surgery in October-ish. I don't know. I've got to have a test first. There's only one place here. Speaking of fucking policy issues, there's only one place in WA that does manometry, which is what I need. I need a tube down my, I think, not an endoscope, but a monitoring tube. But they need to put me under. They need to put me under to do it because I can't tolerate it because of the obstruction. So, but they only do that once a week. So then it takes months and months and months. I have private health. I can have the surgery next week, but I'm waiting on that test. And the results of that test will like clear me for the fucking repair. Fucking hell. So anyway, but I got to inhale my lanta in the meantime. So what do we got here? Yeah, they're the important ones, the important numbers. I got an Instant Pot with the air fryer as well in it. It's pretty cool. Pretty amazing, actually. The only thing about air fryers is that you like. How the fuck does anyone feed a family of 4 with that? You got to do 4 rounds. It's like, just do the oven. It's good if you just want to do quick stuff, but like, I don't know why. Like, the way my kids eat chips, Jesus Christ, we'll be there for like six years. Good for me because I don't eat much. I go to sleep, so it's like whatever. But anyway, is there anything interesting? Has anyone been obliterated? I want to see bloodshed. Don't kill me. Sorry, YouTube. That's just for... Where are we? I want to see some bloodshed. Have we got any bloodshed? Where's the ABC? There we go. Let's have a look. I always laugh. You know what? No matter what I know, even no matter what, I still laugh. I'm still a child when they say hung parliament. I always... I'm still a fucking child. Doesn't matter. Still a child. Hee, you said hung. All right. Mixed swings across the country make hung parliament a real possibility. Well, I've heard about elbow. Fucking 9. You need 12 air fryers just to... you need an air frying room with 9 of you. Fuck me. I didn't know you had that many kids. I know you had a lot, but... Oh my God. What the fuck? Jesus. Make them make dinner. That's what I say. All right, so it's... What have we got? So they're still bouncing by the looks. Let me have a look. David Pocock. I'm just a child in a hung parliament. I want everyone, well hung parliament slight to the left. Exactly. If it goes too far green, see a doctor. And if it's yellow, your liver's failing. Fat billionaire fuckhead. Alcoholic dickhead. I'm going to get in trouble. Christina Keneally is in for a tough fight in Fowler. So it's that's one thing that's interesting is that you know what I think? I'm thinking about this. I've been really reflecting because I think I alluded to this in the last stream about the internet and the role that social media plays and the sort of, let's talk a little bit about the flip side of the bad stuff when it comes to social media and the internet, which is, this is this thing that I said early, 2009, I think I wrote a blog post on, this is what I had presented at the Parliamentarians Conference in 2010, which despite all the bad stuff, and this, I'm seeing this in Gen Z as well. I'm seeing this with my son. I'm seeing, like with just the awareness is up. The overall awareness and political literacy, media literacy, it may not be great. Okay, it may not be to our standard. Oh no, do you not have a PhD in sociology and political science? But I'm noticing this overall sort of upward trend in engagement and in, it's irritating, yeah. But I think overall literacy is improving. Okay, I think overall political literacy is very, very difficult to achieve. But I think that what's happening is that people are just, I think that people are more suspicious of just a fly-in. You can't just fly in a candidate anymore. This is when I was talking about Christina. You can't just fly in a candidate and assume they're going to win anymore. You can't run cynical campaign messaging. I think people are just more aware of it. I hope, I'm not sure if I had any real impact. My influence tends to be more of a sort of hub and spoke kind of thing and like a more of a sort of, like a snowflake kind of thing. It's why I don't know that I've influenced things. It's more like a third degree influence that I tend to have. And I don't hear about it until sort of, I meet that person 10 years from now and they go, oh, you influenced me. That's how I influence people. I'm generally unaware of if I've had any impact. But I would like to think that I got a few people back on track. I like to think that I got a few people thinking a bit more clearly about the whole woman, that whole trans issue being used cynically to blind you into voting for a terrible, terrible fucking government that was anti-woman in every other respect. I hope so. I hope that I did something there and didn't do, I've seen a few people who've said, yeah, you keep me on the straight and narrow. Okay, I'm not trying to, I like to think that I've done that in some small way. Well, 17% swing to the Greens is in Melbourne seat because Adam Bant's already the member, or in Melbourne suburbs generally, because Adam Bant is already the member and he already won by fuck ton. So he's just holding his seat. Cranky Barbie. Yeah, I you know, I just I try not to focus on individual people other than, you know, Clive Palmer, who's a fuckwit. But oh, okay, yeah. Okay, so Rebecca said 17 from Greens to Labor. Yeah, that's going to happen. That's normal. Because yes, I want Labor to win with 69 seats. I don't know why. It's just, well, I do know why, because it's a fucking meme war, and we live in a meme now. We live in a meme war 24/7, and it's fucking fabulous. And Labor memed well. The left can meme. If Labor win with 69 seats, you can't ever say that the left can't meme ever again. Libs 20. So the Libs win. If the Labor wins with 69, the left can meme. There we go. I've called it. And Antony Green, would never, ever, ever say that. So there you go. That's what you get. Yeah, but it's normal for, especially, okay, when you're looking at change of government, usually. Okay, I don't know if I'm splaining. I'm not splaining to you, Rebecca. I'm splaining to, you know, the other 7 people watching. But also those that are on the replay, Americans, all that sort of stuff. It's normal, right, for this to happen, because when you're talking about when it's an existential election or an election that is a let me think of my words. They're highly polarized, right? So basically you've got, you know, you're looking at a change of government. You've got a deeply unpopular government. What you see is what you'll see is, sorry, I'm still fixating on the word hung. That's funny, isn't it? Peter Van Onselen's called it for the ALP. Hesitantly, he's joining ScoMo. No, fun fact, Peter Van Onselen, actually, I think he was the professor at ECU for a bit, wasn't he? Because my politics professor retired, and I think Peter Van Onselen was his was a professor of my department at some point. I was like, what the fuck? Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, it's normal for so people go, okay, it's either red or blue. People tend to rally towards red, especially when the Greens, especially like I've noticed, the Greens have a decided majority in its member of Parliament. They feel that it's an existential thing, that it matters. They will rally towards one or the other, like Labor or Liberal. It's nothing generally personal about the Greens member. It's just, you know, that's just like that's how it goes. But also, you'll find that what will happen is that because people feel that pressure, whether it's conscious or not, to vote red or blue, they'll also do that protest vote. We're seeing that fall out. We're seeing that play out. So this is another existential election. You can see how it's like a decisive. It's an important election, and I think that's the results coming through and showing that. Right. Hang on, sorry, it just caught my interest. Okay. Huh. Well, there you go. When you consider the odds that were against the ALP, it's pretty incredible, isn't it? Everything's stacked. Like I'm the culture wars doesn't work here. That's good. That's a good sign. I think we can look at it and say that cynical, divisive wedge politics that has informed the Liberal Party for, you know, their approach. Murdoch rags, you know, all this sort of adopting US culture war stuff. I think it's contained to a known quantity, okay? I can also see that the right-wing protest group, this is why I'm trying to be charitable to One Nation, because I think that some of them can be pulled over sort of, you know, to the centre-ish, right? You know, I hate left versus right and centre, but let's just, you know, for the sake of brevity and not having 3 hours just on that topic, you know, One Nation can be pulled to sort of centre. That does concern me that there is a growing percentage of right-wingers. Like the CDP, like the Christian Democratic Party, the lunatic parties, some of those sort of far-right parties, they seem to be growing since the last election. Still contained. But yeah, I don't know. Again, this is I'm doing analysis too early. I want to see like the numbers in certain in like the marginal seats and see whether you can tip elections based on cultural or shit, right? But you can't quite get them there. Yeah, okay, there we go. Was it UWA? Is it ECU briefly as well? He was at PVO. So he was at because I remember. See, my university department, the Department of Political Science, I bounced around. And it was the Faculty of Arts, and then it was the Faculty of Communications and Education, then it was the Faculty of fucking this. Then I was in the business unit. It was like I bounced around between like so many different things. Yeah, so cranky. Oh, so she's in trouble, is she? All right, let's have a look. Hang on, they've got the board up there. I like data visualization, helps me because it's visual. Hang on, let me just scan the. Okay, so Curtin's okay. North Sydney's okay at the moment. Where's Tangney? Because I have a feeling that Tangney is going to reflect an overall trend, which is that they're going to really eat into the margin. I can't say. Okay, they moved away. You fuckhead. Stop being a fuckwit with your graphics and fuckwit. Okay, let me look it up on the the Electoral Commission instead. Where are we? WA. I'm going to take a break in a minute so I can get the pork on while we wait for 69. See? Antony Green wouldn't do that. He just would not flirt with you the way I do. Okay, so no fucking result. Oh, here we go. What do we got? O'Connor for Liberal. Okay, that was fucking unsurprising. Tangney. Okay, there's nothing. Get your shit together. Well, they've got to get the... Is it going by rail? Wait, where the fuck are they? If are they relying on the Indian Pacific to get this fucking result? Get some early results in. Jesus Christ. I want to see that Ben Morton. I've been trolling Ben Morton on Facebook all week. I don't normally do that, but it's actually, I do it because I think we could actually flip this. So I think when I say I mean the broad left. I say left versus right. You get what I'm saying. I even include some elements of One Nation in the left. It's a broad church. Okay, it's those who are aware of power structures and power dynamics and don't use it for cynical purposes. You're all good guys. You're all my friends. Okay, it's all of us cool people. You might have the wrong end of the stick, but I love you anyway. But then you've got, the people who are more cynical. They're the bad guys. They're the people that just do bad things and force us to do memes. The left can meme, definitely the left. I think the ALP have proven that the left can meme. Technically, they're not really. I mean, good portions of the ALP are sort of more on the sort of centre, but, the right faction. But, we're mostly kind of social democratic. They are mostly social democratic left, right? So when I say we, I've been a member of both, so I consider them all we. There's no real deception there. I just have been a member, and got friends who are in both, work in both, work for both, are politicians in both. I have a long, So I say we because my mates. And also for the Liberal Party, people the non-fuckwit faction of the Liberal Party, they're good people and they work hard. Everyone, I said this earlier today, I said anyone who volunteers, hands out how to votes, all of that kind of stuff. And anyone who shows up when they don't have to in this process, it can be brutal, it can be cruel, it can be cynical. You can see the ugliest side of humanity. The reason why I'm not active in politics is because I'm too soft for politics, right? I don't like seeing the stuff that you got to do to get elected and that kind of stuff. And I genuinely despair and get hurt by it. So anyone who shows up and has a dream and has an idea that you can change things, they're all right by my book. They're all right with me. Once you get elected and you're a fucking minister, then I will drag you over the coals. But up until then, you're good people. Okay. So anyway. or if you cynically use a single issue that's highly divisive and very toxic, knowing full well that your party in every other respect does not support or help the people that you claim that you're helping in order to get yourself, a plum little fucking, legal job or parliamentary job or strategist job or whatever the fuck you're trying to do, or even just entry to the fucking country club in Mosman, then, you're not okay with me either. You're not an activist. Does anyone find it odd that Kath Deves just popped up out of nowhere and then suddenly she's on Benjamin Boyce and all those things? I talked to him. Didn't put me on. Do you know why? Two left. I talked to Carter from Unsafe Space. Didn't put me on. You know what? Two left. Didn't pander to their fucking bullshit and said, that's wrong. That's not true. I don't know if my fantasy podcast will go live. Too far left. And that's when I say that's not true. That's not true. Ben Shapiro is a bad actor. These people are not genuine. I've been on them. They just haven't been published. And that was what I was saying about Fox News, right? Which is that with Fox News, you go on with the expectation that you're not going to be invited back. If you're invited back, that means you're useful. It's the same thing with these things. You go on them, you talk to them. If they don't use you, that means you're not used. It's just par for the course, right? Or I'm just really shit. One of those. Our 20-year-old's first federal election where they can vote. Oh no, I'm not. I don't run. Do you know what? I've been brewing a piece, and it's too late to write it and publish it now. But do you know what I want? I was going to publish it last week, but life got in the way. This is what I want: people that are better than me running for office. I don't want people like me running for office. I don't want people like Scott Morrison running for office. I don't want people like Kath Deves running for office. I want people who serve, who are better than me, who are better people than me, who are good at like all of the things. I want people that are better than me, like TV. This is one of my beefs with these fucking, again, I'm not saying that representation isn't important, but there's this thing so I want people that are better looking than me on TV. I want people who are better than me on television. I want people who are better at shit on TV, like on the project than me, because you know what? I need to think that I'm failing because they're better than me. It makes me depressed knowing I'm smarter than them or whatever, and they're being fucking idiots. You need people better than you in those spaces because it fucks with your head. But also, seriously, I do take the job very seriously, and I want people who are better than us leading us. Right? It's not it's something that is just, maybe it's because I value it too highly. I value that office. I value that responsibility too highly to run and have that little speech about how I don't mind one nation come back in the news cycle and destroy my career. Hello, I'm going to have a quick break. I got to turn the pork while Labor gets to 69, and then we find out that the left can in fact meme. I'll be back in like 1 minute. Actually, I think it's like 2 minutes. Okay, I'll be 1 second. Thanks, guys. Where am I? Break. Where's the break button? There we go. Have a break. How good am I? Seriously, do the political stream. Yeah, and basically, so yes, to answer your question, yes, the pork is on. I have done lots of pork barreling today. That did not work. What I did, this is how good I am, 2-minute break, okay? I got up, I checked the pork, okay? I gave Paul crash course in Instant Pot air fryer. He's trying it now. I expect fire in any second. I took a piss. Then I also managed to come back and be ready. And I was just taking a sip of water. Now we can resume. Now, you have some wine. I got cider. I'm really annoyed that I couldn't get the call-in thing because I think that I'd really love to do more of the, like, what the fuck is that beeping? I'm joking, Paul. It's all right. He looks very stressed. He doesn't understand, Paul. He doesn't understand what I do. He's not interested in it at all. And so he doesn't understand that this is like Disneyland meets like an orgy meets roast pork for dinner meets all of the best things that I can think of. 69's all in one day. I just love this shit, you know. Like, I think actually it was Laurie, wasn't it? That it was actually Laurie. So Graham Evans said that was why Keating was great, a natural aristocrat. What was that for? He was. You know, I think, can we take, and again, look, we can look at the other aspects of the economic policy and various other things, but fucking hell was Paul Keating a great prime minister in terms of statesmanship and leadership and being willing to be direct. He was better than us. Bob Hawke, for all his foibles. Again, I'm not saying I want them to be perfect. I'm saying I want them to be on balance better than us. You know, leaders need to be, this is, and I'm not, there is a saying that those who are in politics are least qualified they shouldn't be there, right? And that's the thing, is the people who want to run. And at some point, I've been asked to run before. I was asked to run by the Liberal Party on this woman stuff. And I said, go fuck yourselves. You're not pro-women. That was the correct answer. Okay. I don't drink on fucking streams enough. I really should. I'm just saying, like, I was approached. I've been asked to run a few times. Thing is, I've never been asked to run. I was, again, because I was in the Greens, I was always asked to be a fucking cardboard candidate. My ex-husband ran for the Greens. See, because I was on the Greens something or other. I can't remember what. I was the secretary for a bit before I cracked the shits. And before I went, fuck it, I'm out of here. I was policy convener and secretary. And that basically what that means is that you have, because there's no leaders, you have no authority and you have no ability to fucking control the 6-8. I've told people about the pizza situation with the Greens before in previous streams. I remember how a fucking, like, this is what the left do best. This is the left for you. This is how you know that you're on the left. My Lanta again. Sorry about that. You're going to notice that I take an unhealthy amount of my Lanta. I can't help it. It's just how it is. Till October. I'll probably get kidney stones from all the calcium, but that's all right. Yeah. I actually happened to, so I presented at the Women's Parliament. You know, I actually have a soft spot for Julie Bishop as well. Because when you get her sort of as an individual, she's actually quite a decent human being. Again, like, I see structures and systems and how people get to where they are. That's how I think especially when you do psychology and you start to understand how interesting people are, that you tend to be a little bit more forgiving and try to understand where people come from. As much as, you know, again, I talk shit, I make fun of people. That's, you know, like those things are always in conflict. You know, the sort of what makes good, funny, interesting content and, you know, the real you, which is someone who is, okay, so Tangney's come in. One sec. A little bit of Tangney. Not much. 27 votes. Where are we going? Okay, initial count. So this is like with only 1,400 votes, right? So that's like fucking nothing. Massive swing to Labor. Sam Lim. Now I noticed this. We had a good conversation. Fucking Asians are out here, and I mean that in the I don't mean that in the racial way. I mean that in the fucking. This is an Asian area here. Hospitals here, universities here. Like, you know, this isn't they're out to represent. Sam Lim is the candidate here, unseating Ben Morton, and he had a pretty decisive lead in Tangney. I have been saying for some time that I think Tangney may flip, even though it's one of the most comfortable seats, mostly because of the demographic shift that I think has occurred here. And I live here. I know, it's like, nah. I think because we've got the Fiona Stanley Hospital in this electorate, right? And that's the major tertiary hospital. And so what I'm seeing is actually that there's the doctors who have fucking had enough. The nurses have had enough. Everyone has had enough. And also you're finding that doctors and nurses can't afford to buy a house. They can't afford to live near the Murdoch University, and they can't afford to live near the hospital. They can't afford all this stuff. And it's like, for fuck's sake. I think I've seen this shift. They're my friends. I know lots of doctors. I know lots of people. I talk to people, and the sentiment has just gone, you know what, this government needs to go, and this is a blue seat. So traditionally with doctors, they will vote blue because they fucking whatever. That's going. That's going away. Like, even people, like doctors are now working class if you work in a public hospital. I mean, if you did Marxist analysis, you'd know. If you could be cancelled, you're working class. But you know, it's just, it's really interesting to see what. Anyway, I rambled on. The coalition will be unable to form a majority government. That's a good way of saying they're lost. But yeah, the Liberal Party, women's tokenism. Yeah, and it's just fucking, it's bullshit. And I took the time and I was like, robo-debt, aged care, the stripping of superannuation, like this fucking house policy, it ignores the data, which is that women over 55 are the largest growing group of homeless, at risk of homelessness. Single parents, how the fuck they treat single mothers? How is that not an anti-woman fucking policy? Aged care, women outlive men. Sorry, Matt. Right? It's like, Rebecca's going to outlive you. Sorry. But, women get older than men. Aged care, it directly impacts women more, okay? Childcare directly impacts women more. Even, even with men, doing more of their share, all that stuff. All of these things are anti-women policies, okay? If you're pro-women, you will fix that shit. I don't give a fuck if you have a thing that's like, I believe in gender identity. Who gives a shit? It matters where you put your money. Your money, yeah, the NDIS, yes. The fucking massive queue for young women and girls with autism, waiting diagnosis, can't get it because underfunded, like hospitals, it's systemic issues. Like this robo-debt thing, the ATO, this is something, unless you don't own a small business, you don't know what happened here. But basically they were I noticed this. They started fining people for non-lodgement, more strictly, the ATO, right? They started. So while they were going, everyone's in it together and JobKeeper and all this sort of stuff, I was receiving, you haven't lodged it, fine. You haven't done this, fine. Here's your debt. They re-raised my tax debt, all that stuff. I'm a solo business. Did you know that solo business? So they were basically, I think, again, when you've been in business long enough, roughly, the ATO. Their enforcement division, when they've been directed to start fucking chasing people for various things. And I noticed that they started chasing the little guys. While Jerry Harvey was getting JobKeeper, while all of the people who had their shit together and all in order and they had accountants were getting JobKeeper, small businesses, solo businesses were getting, fines, non-lodgement advice, having to fucking wait in queues for like 6 hours at a time, as usual, for like, anyone to talk to them. So if you like were struggling through the pandemic but couldn't afford an accountant to sort out your books so that you could claim JobKeeper, and you didn't qualify, they fucking got rid of JobKeeper. I can't even you can't retroactively claim it either. So if you're behind on your tax returns, and I stopped working. It was different. It's not really, but I've got some admin I need to sort out. And basically, like, they start chasing you, and it's like an obvious policy decision, right? What's happened in Canning? Let me have a look. Where are we? Let me bring this up. Because Canning's interesting in terms of its makeup. See, I know WA really well, so I'll be able to talk to you about these seats. Huh. Hang on. Let's bring the iPad up, mate. Let's have a look. Let's play together, shall we? Let's put your face right in front of the fucking numbers, idiot. Okay. Hang on. Let me make my head smaller. Woohoo. Look at me producing and stuff. Fuck Pixar. I'm better. Okay. So let's make that an NFT. Anyway. What's going on here? What's going on with Canning? Why? Fucking how many parties are there here? Fraser Anning's Conservative National Party. It's only 2,000 votes though, Laura. What's going on? Tell me. So the Senate makeup usually is done later on. It's usually like so the first handful of quotas are usually done pretty quickly, and then the fight for quotas usually can take a couple of weeks sometimes. What the fuck is with all these parties, by the way? Informed. Oh, you know what? It never ceases to make me fucking rage. The like Informed Medical Options Party. Anti-vaxxers, dickhead. Judith Gangrene, more like it. Federation. Okay. One Nation are our friends. I have decided that One Nation are our friends because if you look at all these fuckheads, like they might have a segment of crazies, but the Greens have a segment of crazies as well. They're our friends. One Nation are our friends. I have declared it. Okay. I have decided to declare that One Nation are now our friends when you look at the fuckheads that exist on that side. So anyway, I love how Fraser Anning's party, no votes. Stop trying to make fetch happen. Okay, so where are we? So when do we? 50 years from now? Yeah, that's about right. Fuck, seriously, it is so stressful. Like a friend of mine ran up, like when you work with the Greens, that you're reliant on those quotas. You don't get a full quota. You're reliant on, like, you get your 0.6 of a quota from Labor, maybe your 0.2 from the Liberals, and then maybe like a cobbled together thing that you maybe get over, or with that like preferential system, you may get bumped out. It's fucking stressful. Imagine, like, you don't know your fate until the very, like, it's crazy. Yeah, I'm always hesitant. Like, Graham actually raised a good point. Both houses majority government. You know what? I agree with you on that. I always like. I just. I think I've been honest about this, but even I knew that the ALP was going to win in a landslide here. I voted blue in the upper house. It was futile, but it just gave me comfort, and the way our system works is that balance, and that's why I think that having a good balance of not the batshit fucking anti-vaxxers, but I'm saying, like, if I had to look at a Senate makeup, I would say, you've got, sorry, excuse me. You need that Labor, Liberal, Greens, but this is where I'm saying this is where One Nation fits in. When I say One Nation are our fucking friends, I'm saying they couldn't potentially be allies in sort of, when you understand how Senate committees work and all that process goes and, all that stuff, you need that voice. And the thing is that One Nation's base represent 10% of our country, okay? They represent a good portion of our country and how they think. Palmer is, stealing those votes away, okay? And it's complicated is what I'm trying to, which is that, even if they vote shooters and fishers, even if they vote that, they are still, the Northwest, they're still underrepresented in our government. And that's how the basis of our federation was, to make sure that as many, and also, the preferential voting system and compulsory voting, all those mechanisms that we have exist to make sure that everyone gets heard and everyone gets a voice. Even if they don't want it and they don't understand it, it is a benevolent, loving thing to force people to vote. They don't understand. This is where I feel that One Nation fits. Like, I wouldn't have said this. I would not have said this when we had the Democrats, right? When we had the Australian Democrats, or we had, that's another sort of centre balancing party, right? You need that stuff. And I hope Jackie Lambie wins as well, because I do genuinely respect her. Again, people are complicated. They make complicated decisions and all that stuff. But I like Jackie Lambie. You can like someone and not agree with their politics a lot of the time. Again. No, he did not. It's the ABC. You wouldn't do that shit. Although that said, ALP wins despite the coalition's cynical attempt to co-opt a legitimate cleavage on the left between women and trans issues, which will be sorted out within the next decade or so in the High Court. Antony Green comes out as a transvestite and then gets cancelled for transphobia because he's on the ABC, and the ALP win with 69 votes. That sounds like a really funny night to me. Anyway, I'm glad I've held a few of you. It's like it stayed pretty stable, so that's good. I'm going to check Twitter and see, because you can't see Twitter replies in this thing, so I might actually, let's see. We should have some fun. Are we? So is it really close? I haven't really been paying attention. Hang on. So I'm trying to get the overall. It looks like is Anthony saying that it's going to be a hung? I'm supposed to be the one calling the fucking thing. Hang on. I'm just, because I can't drive 3 cars at once. Let's have a look. Where's the overall? This website's not intuitive, is it? It's really not intuitive. Where's the ABC? So they've gone granular on the ABC, and then so there is okay. So he's saying they're unable to form majority. So he's not calling it as a majority. But once WA comes in, honestly, I think Tangney's going to flip. I think Anthony said that Tangney might flip as well. Oh, have I had this thing up the whole time? Okay, let's go back to the main screen. Hang on. One sec. Where are we? Ugh, dickhead. Okay. You want to see how few seats we have compared? What's happening with Swan? Anything? No. Bloody hell, WA, get your shit together. It's definitely called wait a while, isn't it? Okay. That's why they say wait a while. WA stands for wait a while. Where are we? Nothing. 16. Okay, 1,600 votes. 2 of 52 returned, but there does look to be a pretty decent fucking size swing away from Liberal, so that's good. It's good news. Good news. Anyway, look, Mom, I'm on TV. My vote counted. All right, let's go this. So let's have a look. 65, 46, 7. 4 more to the magic number. Yeah, I'm worried. Have we heard anything about these marginal seats and whether they're going to swing? What are the keys? Where are we? This is really not intuitive to see. Okay. Because Tangney does also, remember, it also includes, so my seat, so let's look at Tangney, for example, where the demographics have shifted. So you've got Applecross, right? Which is like the Ritchie area here. It's one of the richy sort of south of suburbs stuff. But then you've got like decidedly upper middle class people. But then you've also got your sort of Kath and Kim estates, which is Canning Vale and stuff like that. But it also incorporates, I'm in Leeming. Right, I probably doxed myself because I said I live across the road from the primary school. Fucking whatever. I'm moving in 2 weeks around the corner, so that should help. But it also incorporates parts of Maddington, which is sort of like a, decidedly working class area. You've got Melville, Mount Pleasant. I think the demographics have shifted quite a bit. And Willerton, okay. But Leeming is interesting as a anyway. I'm sorry. Whatever. I haven't doxed myself because I didn't have the iPad on, you idiot. It's springtime. So Laurie said the swing against LNP for Canning is now up to 11%. Yeah. So that seems to be a fairly uniform swing. And that I actually thought that might happen. And I said there'll be some surprises because I had a feeling that what you would see is this cynical culture war shit would be significant in marginals, right? But what I think is going to happen is that they're going to flip a few seats that were blue because there's a cross-the-board swing against the government in like that 10%, but then you can slice that off and they'll flip. We've seen that happen quite a few times before, and I think that's going to be a more common. I don't think there's going to be many truly safe seats anymore, and I think that's going to be the lesson. But it's really fucking, I find this really interesting. This is interesting times. I like it when our leaders are nervous. I like it when leaders are afraid of their people, okay? Now the problem, United States, they're afraid of their people and they tend to do what the fuck they do. But what I've noticed, funnily enough, is that the shit that the US does to their people doesn't work on our people because our people go, fuck you. And I like that. And again, even the anti-maskers, even the anti-vaxxers, they're being fuckwits. But they're communicating in a language that they might not be using the right words, but they're talking about the same pain. And I try to be charitable and we try to reach people. And I said that earlier today. I said, you know what? I've talked, the how to vote stuff. The only people that I have contempt for are the Liberal Party because in my experience, they've always been the most negative and adversarial. But most of the minor parties and even the right-wing nutters and all those people, they're there and they're just normal people who are trying to make a difference and they've been caught up in whatever, right? And So anyway, so what have we got here? So he's calling, so at the moment projections are 70, 1, 9 and 48. So there you go. But that's again, this shuffles around. It's almost like Western Australia doesn't matter. We should secede. I am declaring that the great nation of West Australia shall be formed. We can't actually. Here's a fun story while we wait. 1933, Western Australia had a referendum, right, to leave. We did wax it, right? Wax it. WA leaving before it was fashionable or cool and before botnets. 1933, Western Australia voted to actually leave leave Australia and become Westralia, right? The Commonwealth denied our claim and the Queen said, no, you can't do that. And you know why? Because of the letters of the letter of the law of the Constitution, where we signed a fucking terms of service that said that we were part of an indissoluble Commonwealth. And we're like, fucking hell. Also, what's funny is with WA, with Federation, is that we were actually late to get the paperwork in and all that sort of stuff. We were late to the party. So it's funny because there were all these arguments around whether we even signed the documents in the first place. But it's actually really interesting. Technically, we have the majority and the will and the political majority. Is Ken Wyatt going down? Okay, that's interesting. So the hills have shifted too. So obviously before we moved here, we're very much we love the hills. Before the property market got shithouse and you had no choice about where you lived, we lived in Kalamunda and Ken Wyatt was our local member, and I actually had fisticuffs. And again, here's another story about being charitable, though, right? Which was that my neighbor, because we had a driveway in the hills, you have sort of, it's just weird makeup. We had an end of a cul-de-sac, and we had our driveway here, their driveway there, and there and there. And our neighbor, who obviously had asked for a sign to go out the front of his house, but it was my driveway, it was our driveway. And I rang them and I said, I don't want that sign there. I said, because I run a business, I don't want, that's divisive. I don't want that shit. But they were really nice about it. And I said, I don't want that sign there. And they were like, okay, we'll pick it up. I really don't like it. And again, the people that are working for the people, it's not their fault. It's like the people who work at Amazon, for example, they're good people, even if they're part of something that's, not so great. And everyone's doing the best they can, Anyway, side story. But the thing about WA, like, we technically did vote to leave in 1933. This is a hostage situation. Hello. The Queen is like keeping us hostage, just so you know. Why does no one talk about that situation? Everyone's like, Dan Andrews is like a Hitler thing or whatever, and authoritarian for doing basically standard like stuff. But no one's talking about the hostage situation with the Queen, where she's like going, you cannot leave. Indissoluble. Ha ha. It's like, fuck you. Anyway. Yeah, the bush is getting a bit fucking, let's just say that the Nullarbor has some arbor to it. We need to wax. I don't know. Did that work? Hang on a sec. Okay, so what do we got? So we've hit 70, according to Antony Green. So, I wanted it to be 69. Is that bad? Hang on, what do we got in Tangney? So let me have a look. Because Tangney actually is really interesting because it's got that weird makeup of wealth and sort of got, nouveau riche, old money, got that real melting pot, but also professionals and all that. So it's a real interesting, demographically, it's really fucking interesting. So Tangney, let's have a look. Can I refresh this motherfucker? What? So I'm only, because I just, so it's still a swing against the, yeah. So it looks like, Laura, it looks like a negative 10% over the, they're being obliterated with a 10% of the population going, fuck you, which is really interesting. Where are they? Okay. But they're not necessarily swinging to Labor. Some of them are swinging to Palmer and some of them are going to Green. Again, these aren't, it's only 4,000 counted. Interesting to see. Anyway, but there's so many there's so many different parties here that it's like, yeah. The Animal Justice Party, 0 vote. Not even one. Who would want to be that guy? Don't you like animal justice? Oh, okay. So we're at 70 to 47, 8. Awesome. How cool is Annabelle Crabb, by the way? I wish I could be as cool as her. She's cool. Anyway, what do we got? What's going on here? Let's have a look. Might not stick around much longer because it seems like it's pretty interesting with Ken Wyatt, though, because that's, again, the Hills, Hasluck's another interesting one because you've got the hills, but then you've got the foothills. And those are very different, like, demographics in terms of, like, because you've got your hill, your sort of fancy part of town, like which is where we were. We couldn't afford to be there. We didn't belong. But then you've got sort of suburbs like High Wycombe and Forestfield. Those are sort of middle class, middle upper class, but still very much, solidly working class areas made of our. But we're seeing real demographic shifts happen across the board. I think property prices really. I think the property market has really caused some weird cross pollination because I know renters don't have the choice that they used to have in terms of where they live. We're taking what's available. So I'm wondering whether there's some weird cross-pollination that's happening there where people aren't staying fixed in the seats as much as possible. Again, this is conjecture. It's just a guess. I'm probably talking out of my ass. But 72. They've called it. Labor wins federal election. Anthony Albanese to be the next Prime Minister. They've called it. Yay! Okay, I need cider. Paul! Okay, so they've won. Labor's won. Labor wins federal election. Yay! And can we point out, Anthony Albanese here. My democracy sausage. It's my democracy shit. Anyway, has anyone ever seen a roasted sweet potato when they're little? When Spud Shed sells those little sweet potatoes and you roast them, they look like shits. Anyway, I'm going to have some. Yay! But also, can I point out that Anthony Albanese is a Prime Minister from the left-wing faction of the ALP. He's not, he's a fucking bona fide centre-lefty. It will be 3 months before someone fucking replaces him, but we will enjoy it while us. I really love that 6 months where we have a left-wing Labor Prime Minister. Yeah, the ABC. So, Laurie, the ABC has declared on the website, let me bring it up, that they're calling it. So let's have a look. Well, okay. I didn't get to embarrass myself too much. That's good. Labor wins on the ABC. Labor wins federal election. Anthony Albanese to be the next Prime Minister. Massive 10% swing away from... Yay! But also in WA... No, but okay, what's significant? I'm explaining to Paul. I'm looking at Paul. Paul! What is significant about this is that this is against trend. Again, I don't know the numbers yet. But usually when you have a landslide victory like with the ALP did like last year, you see a swing against that state government. So seeing a swing to the away from the Liberals still. Anyway, I'd have to look at it, but it's just really fucking interesting. Some of this stuff is against trend. It's really cool. But the culture wars don't affect Australia's politics too much. They're contained. We got to look out for this fucking bubble of people. But they're contained. And One Nation's our friend and back. One Nation's back. But when you've got to choose between... You saw all the batshit parties today. When you've got the medical choice party and the Federation Party, I'll take good old Pauline any day. Labor wins federal election with no input from Western Australia as per fucking usual. It's yay! The Independent I was approached to help with that shit. I should have, but I said no. I'm not going to do election shit because it takes me away from like other stuff. Oh, fantastic! The Independent there in Liberal, in Curtin, sorry. From all accounts, is a really good candidate. That is fantastic news. Fucking hell. They do have a woman problem. Anyway, hang on. Back to camera. Curtin. Okay, so for those that don't know, that's Julie Bishop's seat. And I have to say, Julie, again, these circles, Julie Bishop as a person, individually, part of a system, part of a party that I hate and I don't like. But as a person, I like Julie Bishop. They lose. Okay, I'm going to look at the numbers. Are Liberals seriously losing Curtin? That's fucking fantastic. So even the fucking okay. So for those that don't know, Curtin is like the Ritchie area. That's like the Warringah, like North Sydney, Warringah. That's like the blue collar, not blue collar. Very blue ribbon seats in WA. Curtin is like the rich seat. Okay, the money's gone. away from the Liberal Party. Thank fuck for that. We're sick of their shit. Good on them. The left can meme even to old people in Netherlands. Fucking yippee-ki-yay. Actually, it's not the left. I think the independent. I think she's actually like aligned, sort of, again, that's that seat, right? We're going to be fairly conservative. But more independence in the lower house is great. That's another independent. Fucking fantastic. I love Australia. I love our system. Our system fucking works. If Labor hadn't won, I'd have been saying how broken and fucked our system is. But anyway, that's cool. So they've called it. Oh, the full body release will happen soon. That thing where it's like, oh, no one, again, you won't see Antony Green have a fucking moment where he's like, oh, he's expected to be impartial. I'm fucking delighted. Good on you, TERFs, for doing the right fucking thing. I was worried about you for a minute. Good on you. Good on you, everybody, for finally having your head straight. Congratulations to everybody who didn't fall for this culture war shit, because I'm wrong. That was good. I was warning about it. I was worried and I was wrong, and I'm happy to be wrong. That's fantastic news. It means that it's contained. Also, again, there's still that portion of the population we need to look after and address, but it's not a mind virus. It's not that bad. We're going to get through. We got holy shit, we got a fucking old school Labor left fucking leader to be Prime Minister. Holy shitballs. Not even a fucking, this is basically like if Bernie Sanders won. If you don't understand that like where ideologically you've got, in America, Paul Keating would have been actually, no, that's not fair, because everyone in Labor is literally like fucking ScoMo's further left than the Democrats, right? But let's just assume they're on the same trajectory, or the same, like roughly the same. You would have, this is basically like if Jeremy Corbyn won in the UK. Yeah, I'm a celiac, won the dumping. That's a fire hose, especially with all the acid that's pouring through my fucking veins and body at the moment, killing me. Very slowly. Nobody wants to see me release anything. It's basically radioactive at this point. The pork, is the pork ready? I'm invested in the pork. That's a very good question. Is the pork ready? No. Pork? Huh? It's ready? Is it crispy? The pork's happening. It's all good. We've annoyed the vegans. We're going to upset the vegans. But, Actually, that was, if you haven't seen my previous streams, is it crispy? Did you check it? No. Because I'm not confident that I'm still playing with the times. You might need a bit, like another 15 minutes or so. See, look at my husband. He's good. I'm sitting here celebrating with internet friends, and he's, no. So put it on for another 20. How crispy is it? Huh? Okay, so put it on for another 28 minutes. Porks are hard. You gotta blast the shit out of that stuff. Anyway, what was I going to say? No, this is like, now what's interesting to see is how long, whether they can keep it going. How long out? All right, sports bet. Now the sports bet kicks in. How long is the Prime Minister going to fucking last for? Anyway, so if we're talking about sort of, 70, so that's, yep, all right. That's fucking brilliant. I have no idea. You have no idea how fucking happy I am. Now, the only thing that I'm concerned about now, not to fucking piss on your bonfires, everybody, is that the Senate could easily have enough micro parties to fuck with everybody, like Palmer and all that stuff. Because the percentage of Palmer in One Nation, I don't see. Again, I don't. I think One Nation have been pretty reasonable, to be honest. I haven't like again. They're known. They're a known quantity in the upper house. Fucking interesting. Sorry, I keep like wandering off, and I'm looking at the stuff, and I'm like, this is really interesting stuff. Anyway, are you interested? This is me. You get to watch me watch TV. You thrilled? I am thrilled. Anyway, my enter. I really should have got the liquid stuff. What's going on? Okay, so let's check WA. So we have to look manually for WA because no one gives a shit about us. So what are we doing? So curtains flipping. That we thought that might be possible. So you know what? The takeaway: dirty tricks. These dirty tricks don't work. That's really good news. That's amazing good news. That's amazing news that these cynical, foul, dirty tactics don't work. That even with the Murdoch fucking press, all of the GOP, fucking the IDW fuckheads, all of these people like lying to everybody about all this stuff, doesn't matter. That's good news. That's a really again. I'm seeing that obviously if you bundle it all in together, you'll see that far right has quite a slice of like first votes, right? The CDP, the Christian Gentlemen, yeah, but they haven't really been. I think they bundled into One Nation and Palmer. I think they split. You know, no, it's. I think. Look at this. Okay, Western Australia, they're doing WA. See, I said that 11 point. There's a 10% swing across the board. I said that earlier. I said that last week actually. I think that might happen. And what's happening is that anything that's sort of under that is fucking being obliterated, like the chickens with the heads. Bing! Okay. Bye, Graham. Good to see you. Okay, so 54.2% of the vote. So that's lower than what the 70%, the 7,000% of the vote that the fucking WA government got. Greens. Oh, no, that's Queensland. Holy shit, that's going to be close. So Ryan, they're talking about Ryan on Queensland at the moment. Sorry, I got distracted by the TV. Be present in your stream, Tay. You guys are watching the same thing I'm watching? Okay, so it looks like, okay, that's good. That's cool. So basically they went, fuck the Liberals, we're voting Green. That's really funny. So now you've got the Greens competing with the ALP. Now what's interesting is because they tend to have preference deal between the two and organise their, state their votes between the two. What happens when you go with an unexpected sudden death between Greens and ALP, things can get a bit unpredictable. They can get a little crazy. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. Because that, obviously they go based on certain other scenarios and they sort of model all these things. That's pretty funny. Huh. So what actually is interesting, so what it's going to see is if the LNP in the Queensland seats, if the Liberals get knocked out and it becomes a two-horse race between Greens and Labor, where the Liberal preferences flow, it's going to be, yeah. So anyway, they have to be, I don't know, I can't remember how they flow. Can't remember everything. Well, that was over pretty quickly. Fucking hell, 7:30. Well, there you go. What do you know? I might go soon. I think I've reacted enough, but we've got an Australian left-wing Prime Minister. Oh, sorry, my mistake. An authoritarian dictator who insists on giving everybody healthcare. How dare he? Yeah, so that it's holding those. So I think those 9 seats, it's now holding. It reaches that point where it's like, it's going to be like that till tomorrow now. I think that's once it levels out, but they've called it already, so I can't. It's just that's great. Yay, everybody, we won. And that one Liberal who watches this. I'm sorry for your lawn. Not sorry. Wow. Also, can I just point out that the ABC set has had a substantial upgrade over the years. It used to just be kind of they've gotten bigger and like more elaborate over time, haven't they? Anyway. Oh, because of they've done, actually, well, you know what they've done? They've probably done some creative studio work for distancing. Interesting. Anyway. If Albo wears a red tie and ScoMo wears a blue, I'm going to be pissed because I would have cleaned up. If I were Albo, I'd go out wearing a fucking blue tie with a poo emoji on it. Should we wait for the should I stick around for the speeches? I think we should, because I'll probably cry. I cried when Albo did the fucking launch speech because he hit all of the right things. He didn't touch the gender wars. He just hit all the right things, and I'm just really pleased about that. So I'll probably cry, but, you know, not in the way, not because we lost. So here we go. Actually, I'm going to show you this. This is interesting. Here we go. I've got something of interest for you. So here, look, incumbent trailing. So Brand is held by ALP, Burt ALP. Canning is saying is that the incumbent's not trailing. Cowan, ALP, incumbent. Curtin, incumbent trailing, yes. Hasluck, incumbent trailing, yes. So Tangney, fucking nothing. So there's some really weird swings happening here. So the incumbent's trailing here in Swan. Swan's another one that's very marginal. We've got some extremely marginal seats here, right? Pierce, some of these things are held by a very, Perth's pretty safe. Interesting stuff. Yeah. So like in Curtin, they're officially saying that the incumbent's trailing. So that's, So this is, I'm just obsessed with Tangney, mostly because also they're still saying that Ben's going to take it, but he's lost some of his margin. Okay, so there you go. But it's actually one of the safest seats. But even for a safe seat, he's got 54.23 of the preferred. That's okay. So, but that's with how many votes was that counted? 14,000. Okay, so not many. Probably enough to be meaningful though. So look, let's look at, where are we, Canning? Because Canning's, all right. There we go. And then we got, where was Curtin? So let's have a look at Curtin. Okay. There you go. Look at the stack though of all these right-wing parties. Like how, like, it's just insane. Anyway. Are we waiting around for the speeches or are you bored? I'm bored. Yeah, okay, all speech time. All right, we'll wait. We'll wait for the speech. Laurie said no religious discrimination bill. That's just the top of the fucking iceberg of how many horrible, abhorrent, like I was, like as someone with a lot of health problems and, a son with various things and someone who's very dependent on like, not only like on private health, not even public health, but private health. Our premiums are through the roof. Like and doctor friends, healthcare, education, university education, fucking the war on every university department that is like not the hard sciences, fucking everything that everything that anyone holds dear. These guys have just gutted, and it's going to take. Unfortunately, the problem that we've got is that the rebuilding that's going to be required. I mean, I have a feeling that if we do some good fiscal management and all of the kind of Keynesian shit that we should have been doing forever, we might actually I have a feeling that we're heading for another global economic catastrophe, and that the ALP are the best government to handle it. I think we're heading for a fucking depression, and the ALP are going to fix that shit, and we're going to be all right. because they're going to, the spending that they're going to have to do just to come back, to get Australia back to where it was before these fuckheads took over. Okay. Yeah, I hope that this is a sign that I think you'd be too busy playing ukulele. I was going to bring out the ukulele. I'm too tired and it's not tuned. I don't know where it is. My son's claimed it. Oh, he's fucking... Okay, my son, I'll tell you what my son does. He's 13. He's decided that he's figured out that Apple scan your phone for fucking child porn. So what he does is he just sends me pictures of his, not naked, of course. He sends me just pictures of his friends all the time. So I've got a photo roll full of fucking 13-year-old boys in it. And it's like, you little shit. He's funny. My kids are, do you know what's funny is how Gen Z have integrated so much of this stuff. They just see it as, it's fascinating to watch. If you've got, I'm sure Beck and Matt will have got some kids of this sort of Gen Z, but they don't take it on as much as we have. Like they just go, oh yeah, that's bullshit. Oh yeah, that's bullshit. ALP has picked up, yeah, that ALP. Okay, so Swan has traditionally been Labor over the years, and then so I grew up in Vic Park. I know Swan. I worked with Kim Beazley. Was that Hannah Beazley running for Swan this time, or was it someone else? Normally I think she runs for Swan. Gets off the. Hang on, let's have a look. Okay, so someone else ran. Okay, good. Wow. 57%. For Swan. Swan's mud? What the fuck? Yeah. Okay. History lesson. Swan was pretty much like traditionally Labor for many, many years. Kim Beazley, Jeff Gallop, seat of Victoria Park, former Premier. Kim Beazley was the member for Swan. Then Kim Beazley moved to Brand, and then it kind of shifted and it became a marginal seat for a period of time. So now, if anything, I think it's actually it's kind of back home, so to speak. It's back in Labor's hands. I know it sounds, yeah, but that was a traditionally Labor seat. It's kind of bounced around since Kim Beazley sort of gave Swan away. See, I grew up, a big part of the reason why I love politics so much is because I grew up like represented by Jeff Gallop and Kim Beazley and, people like that. Kim Beazley was robbed, man. he's a good guy. I mean, he's the governor now. People forget that Kim Beazley is our governor. But I love Kim Beazley and little known fact, Mark McGowan was actually Kim Beazley's main electoral officer when in Brand. That's how I sort of knew Mark McGowan, because I was volunteering for Beazley a lot in like the elections and stuff. So we all fucking whatever. Hasluck. Okay, Hasluck for Labor, Pearce for Labor. Okay. We're good. All right. So those seats a lot of this stuff has been solidly Labor over the year. Finance Minister says result shows coalition is out of touch. You think? Holy shit. Really? I think maybe we might be fuckwits. What do you think, fellas? Yeah, I saw that. The wheel is turning, but the hamster is dead. Could have told you that. You should have watched my YouTube videos, fuckhead. I'm starting to think that we're unpopular, says ScoMo. You know what? Fellas? And that one lady over there, Tits McGee. I'm starting to think that maybe they don't like us very much. Oh, the laughs. Turns out people love high taxes. Also, can we get rid of negative gearing? Is it too soon? Too early? Too soon? Too early? Can we please? I'm not a fan for stealth policy. I'm not a fan for sort of, not making things pass like by like the right process. But can we please do the same fucking stealth policy the way out, regulate out negative gearing through the ATO and go nah, or cap it somehow through policy means rather than legislating it? Please. Can we please make it so that there is a cap on how much you can claim for negative gearing, please? Thank you very much. More. Oh, okay. Yeah, so decidedly Western Australia has gone red. Westralia! Cunt. Have a sock, cunt! I love that thing. The fucking, the Simpsons with the have a sock, cunt. I love that. Hello, Labor won the election! You don't care. See? He's like, yeah, where's dinner? Well, I do. So you can wait. I'll be there in a minute. Ask Paul. Having pork. Yeah, very soon. You want to come say hello? Oh, you can't. You got your uniform on. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, get changed. Yeah, you do. I bought clothes yesterday. Doesn't matter. We'll talk about it later. We'll talk about it yeah. I gave them to your brother. Pitter-patter of tiny feet, they said. It's the most rewarding job you'll ever do, they said. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. Fuck that shit. Oh, yeah. Jimmy Reeves. I love Jimmy Reeves, man. Oh, fuck. Is he doing a live one as well? Is he streaming? Am I competing with Jimmy fucking Reeves? Isaac Butterfield I can do. Jimmy Reeves, he's a legend. I know that he actually was, I saw that he's selling tickets for it. Is it, yeah. Do you know what's funny is that my ex-husband's name is Jason. So it's like, shut up, Jason. What are you, an idiot? Like, shut up, Jason. I want those glasses. I also I want to buy the merch. Thing is, I'm trying to not spend on too much money on frivolous bullshit because I'm trying to save for a house deposit. But now that Labor won, we can have a house. I know we can't. We don't qualify because they capped it because apparently 100 now I can start moaning about the ALP. So the new government, they've capped the shared equity thing at 120 grand a year, and without giving out too many details about our financial situation, we don't qualify. But that's live on stage. Yeah, so he's doing I thought he was doing comedy shows. I fucking love Jimmy Reeves. He makes me laugh. Shut up, Jimmy. You know what's funny is that I have this thing for sort of like repetitive. I love Catherine Tate's show. Fucking, Jimmy, anything that sort of just repeats Little Britain. I just love that stuff. Mrs. Brown's Boys, all that sort of stuff. I just really love that kind of comedy because it's just, I love that. There's that anticipation and reward and it's like a fucking, you're like a pigeon with a pellet. You're like, yep, you're right with it. Yeah, I'll hit that button and we'll get that. I like that kind of stuff. But yeah, what a fucking liberty. Love Nan. Anyway. Shut up, Jason. What are you, an idiot? I love that fucking shut the borders. Oh, yeah. I want that. I actually, you know what? I really should actually just have a fucking wish list and have people send me shit. That would probably be funny. But I want the wanker coffee thing too. And I want the glasses and everything. I love Jimmy Reeves. He's cool. It's funny. Anyway, are we waiting for speeches? When are the speeches? What do we got? So WA, where are we? So yeah, with Swan's interesting because again, I like talking about WA because I know WA really well. I know what seats what the demographics roughly are, what the history is. Ebert. Let's look at Bert. Ebert. Okay, so Bert is 64%. Fucking hell. So Bert, Matt Keogh, swing towards him of 9%. That's pretty fucking good. So swing towards members even. So it's not even the incumbent. See, this is the thing. It's not even the incumbent members are having a small swing or staying even. There's a fucking massive swing in their direction, even in a very safe seat. It's fucking interesting. And now, Forrest. We had Forrest raised earlier on in the stream. Let's have a look here. So that it has gone Liberal and we thought that it might, but there's a negative 10% swing. Fucking hell. So uniform negative 10, like uniform 10% swing away from the Liberals. So, hey, Bert. Robert Ducky, you're the one. Okay, so Pierce, what do we got? Cowan, I think that's pretty much, yeah, figured. Okay, what do we got? What's going on in Fremantle? Because Fremantle's gone green a few times. Nope, that's Carmen Lawrence's old seat. We're all good to go there. What do we got here? Perth, let's look at Perth. Perth, 100 million% Labor. Yep, 63. Perth's pretty fucking safe. Who is member for Perth at the moment? Patrick Gorman, that's right. Not really. What's going on in Brand? Brand is pretty safe Labor. Our Premier is obviously the member for Rockingham, which is a big part of Brand, 66%. What's really interesting, look at the swings, right? There's still 10% uniform swing towards Labor from away from the Liberals. It's fucking huge. Okay. Has Tangney got anything interesting? Oh, holy, woo! Tangney, 51. Paul, you did it by listening to me telling you how to vote. Tangney currently projected 51.15 for Sam Lim. The safest Liberal seat in Western Australia just fucking is probably going Labor. Negative 12%. Fuck Ben Morton and his stupid fucking bullshit. I've been trolling him all week. So we now live in a Labor seat maybe. And I think we might have met his granddad. I think the guy at the booth because like I said, Sam Lim, Asian guy. All the Asians were out today for Sam Lim, weren't they? Fucking out of vote cards and shit. I mean it in a nice way. You know, when you say all the Jews were out, you don't mean it in that fucking horrible way. You mean it in the we love the Asians, they're all out in force kind of way. That's what I meant. Oh, fucking hell. You know what I mean? Oh, God. Okay. So those people that were telling me that I should run, that can't happen now because I just said that here right now. I'm fucked. You know what I meant. I say it with love. Is that the Asians were out today handing out how to votes. And we are in a seat that's, you know, Pauline Hanson would not approve of, let's be honest. But we've also agreed that one nation of our friends now, so, like, whatever. I'm fucking whatever. Okay. So, why don't you run for office, Taya? I don't know. Why? Can't tell you. 7% swing against ScoMo. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Ha ha. Oh, can we just keep this tradition of sitting prime ministers losing their seat? If there's one Australian tradition that I would love to see continue, it's to decisively, absolutely fucking decisively just vote out the prime minister from his own seat. So they don't even have to choose whether they continue to serve or not. Yeah, and Laurie said they don't have any idea how WA works. When you see these guys commenting on WA, this is how I feel watching Gruen when they're talking about advertising rather than digital. And I'm like, no, you don't understand the special intricate details of this thing. Yeah, it's very frustrating, isn't it? Watching them. Oh, anyway, where's okay. I have brain farted. I can't remember what seat Scott Morrison has. What's his fucking seat again? What is it? What's his seat? I've just brain farted. And it's not Engadine Mackers. What electorate is Scott Morrison in? Cook. That's right. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. You got to, Antony Green, like, it's really hard to remember this stuff. Like, I got a pretty decent memory. And, like, I mean, I'm not great with the math side of things. Hang on, I'm getting up Cook. Let's have a look. Let's root on the demise of this fuckwit. Because I want him to have a more a bigger loss than the biggest fuckwit of all time, John Howard or like Tony Abbott. Both, okay, they tied for biggest fuckwit. Fuckwit of the Year award. Still 63%, but it's only a 6% swing. Okay, so that's pretty. Let's have a look. So the swing away hasn't really. Okay, so this is interesting actually with Cook. So look at this. So I'll show you. If you look at Cook, so there is a swing away from the Liberals here, right, of like 7-ish, whatever percent. I can't do things. But the swing to Labor was only that, like 1.61%. You got no friend, Fraser Anning. Fraser Anning and Fred Nile, no friend. But the swing was split between. So if you do a psych profile on some of these like voting demographics, so they lost 7.5%, but half of that went to UAP. Some of it went to Labor, some of it went to the Greens, and some of it went to One Nation. That's really interesting stuff. There's some real, sometimes the devil's in the details there. That's an interesting split. But anyway, sometimes it's really interesting to see like what the makeup of the vote away was. Interesting stuff. Yeah, he won't lose it. It would be fun to see. No, okay, update. Decided I've changed my mind. What I want to see happen is ScoMo to be the only Liberal left. I know that won't happen. It would be funny. We're having fun. The Fred Niles Eyebrows Party. I would vote for that party. So long as those eyebrows cover up his fucking mouth. All right. I'm going to take a 2-minute break and check that pork because my children are on my fucking case. All right. Give me a minute. Go take a piss. Get a drink. We're going to wait. We're waiting for the speeches. Okay. Let's go. Where's my break button? Where'd my phone go? What's there? But, you know, okay, before I go, there's something to be said for political parties and political positions that are at least rooted in a worldview or a belief, a pure, truly, deeply held belief. These fuckwit freedom parties, they point to something that they can't, it's not, I mean, at least Fred Nile, which is that he is a fucking fuckwit. But also, you know, like there's a Christian thing. There's that whole worldview. You understand his worldview. And the same thing with Liberals or One Nation. Again, that's the thing is that you understand the worldview. This reactionary, I'm mad at everything, but I'm going to point to some imaginary enemy that doesn't exist with solutions that are like undefinable and an enemy that like is clearly not the fucking perpetrator of your pain. It's like that. It's like I can understand even CDP or anything like that. I can understand their position because it comes from a particular worldview, right? Keep drinking. Yeah. So anyway, I'll leave you with that thought because I think that can help to sort of recalibrate the way you look at politics, which is that I have time for people, even Rupert Murdoch. I have time for Rupert Murdoch over even maybe like Elon Musk or Bezos or people like that. I understand Rupert Murdoch because Rupert Murdoch is predictable. Rupert Murdoch has a worldview and principles and blah. They're not my principles, but they're consistent. Okay. I don't understand this whole pursuit of power for the sake of it, using language and co-opting and having nothing underneath what you're saying. That's the thing that is like the problem, I think, more than anything, which is the substance of what you're saying. It's not, if you've got substance and a worldview, I can understand where you're coming from. this reactionary UAP shit, I understand the rage. That's where fascism rises. I'm not saying they're fascists. I'm just saying it's where it rises. And this just burning shit down for the sake of it because you can just buy up everything. That's the problem, right? And that's what Trump did. That's what Trump was. It's just reactionary bullshit with nothing underneath it, nothing of substance underneath it, right? And that's the thing that sort of, I think that's the real enemy. It's not the enemy isn't even the CDP, okay? Because I know good people who work there as well, or work for them and stuff. They're good, you know. It's complicated. People are complicated people. It's why we're interesting. The thing that makes us most interesting is the thing that makes us fucking infuriating as well. I'm going to take a break. Give me a sec. I saw that the dickhead was talking, so I'm back. Can we just do this in unison and go? Oh, hang on. Oh, that's Josh. That's Frydenberg. What happened to his seat? Sorry, I thought it was Dutton. Hang on. He's in Young, isn't he? Oh, Kooyong. What happened with him? It's Queensland, isn't it? I've never been happier to not be able to hear these fuckheads talk. Hang on. Is Kooyong's Queensland? No, what the fuck? Taya, get your shit together. All right. Aren't you glad I came back? Victoria, idiot. I love how people, like there's this thing where it's like, you're not, I call myself an idiot for not knowing some stupid niche political concept that no one else knows. It's like, that's probably not an idiot. I think that's human when there's that, we've got so many. Oh, he lost. Oh, so Frydenberg lost to, okay. So this is a concession speech. So Frydenberg's gone, Dutton's gone. See, so the idea, so the idea of ScoMo being the only liberal left, that's not entirely. I'm sorry. No, sorry. May the Stop it! Gross. Stop kissing. I'm talking to the anyway. Sorry, let's go. What do we got now? So Frydenberg lost. Okay, sorry, I'm tired. Hang on. I ran out of steam after a while. Fraudenberger. Okay, so the treasurer's fucked. That's good. Decisively. What's interesting is how many independents. How many? Like, so we're looking at maybe. Hang on a minute. What happened? Oh, so okay. So this is interesting. So there was a swing away from the ALP of 11%, and so the independent picked up that swing. There was also a swing away from the Greens. So that independent actually took a whole. Will Anderson. You know what? I can't help but wonder if I don't know if you watched Gruen Nation, but he mentioned that. Wonder if that gave him a boost. Hang on. No. Sorry. Misreading. What am I looking at? This is why I should have taken a proper break. Independent, Monique Ryan. Idiot. Okay. I was just looking. It was Will Anderson highlighted on the screen, so I was just like, whatever. Okay. Where's the speech? I want to go. I'm being held captive like WA. The great nation of Westralia is being held captive by the Queen. I object. Also, I would like to start moaning about the ALP because they've won now, and so I'm going to start moaning about them. So Antony Green said that the story is in WA for the election. The red wave from the state election has had an impact on the federal result. Oh, yeah. And what's amazing is that the swing has maintained. Like, again, I can't emphasize this enough. We usually swing against that's the way that the electoral cycle works in WA versus the rest of the country, is that usually WA votes against the second premier, the party of the premier that is in charge at the time as a vote. But that seems to have held. Okay, I'll have a look, Matt. Yeah. We're killing time to the speech. You tried to call me. Yeah, that's not going to happen. All right, I'll bring it up. All right, I'll bring it up. Give me a sec. That's the fucking photo of the day. Oh, I'm gonna make that my desktop. I'm putting that as my Twitter profile picture. Oh, you legend. Okay, thank you for that. It's hilarious. Oh no, hang on. You can see this. There you go. There's the image. That's amazing. Someone's grumpy. Shouldn't have worn a red tie. Maybe. Anyway. Thanks, Paul. I appreciate it. I decided to cook a pork thingy rather than an easy thingy. I'm not good at planning ahead. That photo is gold. That's pretty fucking funny. So have we got a speech yet? I think is this, yeah. Okay. Where's Lumi Anderson? Where is she? I know. Where'd she go? Where's all my people gone? Anyway. Sorry, I'm dropping away because we're just waiting for the speech. All right. I wasn't browsing while you... Okay, look. I get distracted. I shouldn't open things while I'm on stream. Let's check Twitter. Let's see what's going on. Not much. Is anything happening on Twitter? Never. Boring as shit. Okay. Where are we? Ozpol. Let's see if we can find some funny tweets. I'll find some funny tweets. All right, let me share my screen while we wait for the speeches. Okay. What do we got? Got anything funny? Let's go with latest. Always go with latest. It's always more interesting. Yeah. So, you know what? The thing about this is that people are way too serious and way too invested. Like, I've said this before, right? Which is basically that I have a degree if I think you're too invested in politics, I think you got a problem because I know how to switch that shit off too. Oh, Judith's here from Canada. Hello. Okay, so yes, our election, we have won. Labor won. Fucking brilliant. Got rid of those assholes. Also, Judith, you'll be happy to know that we seem to be immune from culture wars bullshit, which is great. We've voted a proper lefty into government, which is fucking fantastic. Our system's different. Our system's very different to yours. Sort of. Yeah, you know. There's okay, so they're similar, but they're different enough to be massive differences where if that makes sense. So anyway. What have we got? Have we got any funny stuff, or is everyone just being stupid? Do you know what was funny is when I was looking at, like, you know how sometimes you get all like insecure about like Twitter and Facebook and how you're being suppressed and how you're banned, and I go through all of this stuff like, oh, I'm shadow banned, and then you get some dumbass bogan who comes in. Actually, Judith knows about bogans because Canada has bogans too, apparently. But just saw Matt's comment. No, but you sit there and you're all like insecure. I don't know if you've had this experience. If you're Australian, and in this space, Laurie might be able to relate as well, which is that you go through all this stuff where it's like, I'm shadow banned for my, like, all these things and, you know, saying all this stuff and they're picking on me. And then you get some dumb bogan on Facebook that just goes in and out of Facebook jail for saying the fucking most horrendous shit, like harassing like politicians, saying fuck off cunt and all that stuff, like out in the open, and you go, you know what, I think I'm okay, I think I'm not that bad. It's pretty funny. Yeah, I lost interest in that fucking dickhead. Oh, I hate their face. Normally, like, even you remember, okay, when John Howard lost, okay, there was a part of me that felt for him. You know, like I felt, you know, remember John Howard's departing speech where I fucking hated that man and what he did and you know, taking it, all of that, what he did to our, like, what he did to Hawke and Keating's, and, you know, Whitlam, Hawke, Keating, and then suddenly, you know, Keating started it, but, you know, move on. But what Howard did after that is unforgivable, right? A lot of it is unforgivable, the way he dragged us into this fucking neoliberal nightmare. But when he lost, you felt bad for him. I feel like this is an episode, you know, like the Armin Tanzarian episode of The Simpsons when they tied Armin Tanzarian up to the fucking like train and just like said, and we salute you for it. That's how I feel about this government. It's like fucking hell. You know, at least with John Howard, there was something there. These people are shells of humans who are just, and I'm trying not, again, I try to be like charitable, but fuck me. All right, we got anything funny? All right, maybe we should go to top. See if we got anything good. No one, do you know what? One thing I've noticed, and this is my main grievance, and this is why I've, you know, as much as I appreciate the people that have been watching and enjoying me tonight, neither US or UK give a fuck about what Australia thinks or says or what Australians have to say about anything. I've noticed this, like, unless we are like some sort of weird ass fucking fetish and we're like wearing Ken Doan and all this shit, they don't care. They don't listen to us. And the UK just pat us on the head and go, you don't know anything. You don't know anything. And they look down on us. And it's like, in the world stage, Australians really have a lot to contribute. We have a good, stable system. We have a strong economy. We have very smart people. We're funny. We're great. Our system is good. And these fuckers just won't listen. And it annoys me because I want to get on things. No. But also just in the world stage, it's like we're not respected. Australia really should get a lot more respect, right? No matter what our individual government says. Right? Yeah, and it's really upsetting because I have found that people just don't listen. Like I'm even, you know, I just know they don't listen to Australians about anything. They go, her funny accent. So anyway, I know some of you do, like some do, but they're not, it's not mainstream. I don't think you'd ever get real massive mainstream success. Actually, speaking of that, Rebel Wilson, I watched that new movie with her on Netflix, the one where she's a cheerleader and she loses 20 years and stuff and she's lost all the weight and everything. And I feel really bad I feel really bad. But I was like, is Rebel Wilson like less funny because she's less fat? And you go, I feel bad for saying it, but part of her funniness was in her fatness, where she could just, I mean, the movie was still funny. It was silly and it was great and everything, but there was just some, I don't know whether it's just a heuristic off where she's just, we've known her for years. She's Rebel Wilson. She's been in Fat Pizza and all that stuff. But at the same time, I felt really guilty because Melissa McCarthy is still fucking funny no matter what. Like, but Rebel Wilson, a big part of what made her funny was her fatness. Oh, because she just used to have that thing where she was just automatically funny. Anyway, I don't know. It's like, because there are people like, anyway. Again, I've been a lot bigger and smaller. I've put on a bit of weight, like whatever lately. But yeah, I felt really guilty because I used to think that, people were, but that thing where it's like Australians go to America and they're loved and they're beloved and then they come back as like a shell of them. Hannah Gadsby is probably going to be next. She loses all the weight and shit. And then it's just like you watch them get eaten whole by this fucking machine and you're like, oh my God, Matt, don't get eaten by that machine. You're not allowed. And if you do, give me money. Get me on retainer somehow, on an easy fucking retainer. That's what I need. I need to set up diversity workshops. I need to set up diversity workshops at the very end of the bell curve, at the end of the trend. Right when it stops, that's generally how I do business. I start here at the beginning and then it peaks and I get bored and move on and then it drops and I go, yeah, I should definitely do that. That's generally how I do business. Have we got a speech yet? I will do UX services. I will bill you for 100 hours and I will do 2 like any good agency. It's how it works. It's how you grease the wheel. All right. Is there a seat that the coalition have won that isn't like, what's happening? Okay, let's have a look at Warringah because I'm actually still interested in Warringah. I'm going to deep dive into Warringah at some point. Where are we? So hang on, let's have a look. So North Sydney has gone independent. That's interesting. See, this is what I find interesting is that's what happens. That's what I was explaining with Swan, where long-standing member with a seat leaves and they assume that they're going to get it and it's safe and they can just parachute a candidate in and then people go, nah, fuck you, you don't think the worst of us. I like the fact that, the electorate largely gets it, right? So Reid is, okay, Robertson. Oh, Wentworth. Let's have a look at Wentworth. So Wentworth is kind of, where are we? All right. Hang on. You can't see what I can see. So Wentworth's going independent as well. Isn't that Malcolm Turnbull's old seat? Yeah. That's another person I like. I know Malcolm from the Republican movement. I was always surprised that Malcolm Turnbull ran with the Liberals. He was always, the way I knew him, he was always a independent / Labor kind of guy. And then he fucking decided, I think Malcolm Turnbull decided that he could try to maybe pull the Liberals back moderate, but that fucking dry faction, they're very powerful. Where are we? Where the fuck? Where's Warringah? Let's find Warringah. So Catherine got 39.57% of the vote. And Ziggy got 60. There you go. Oh, sorry, not Ziggy. Because she's Zali Stegel, my brain hears Ziggy. I know that it's Zali Stegel. Every single time, my pattern memory just goes Ziggy. Anyway, what do we got? So, Engadine. 72/Engadine Maccas /10. Yep. The 10 in doubt are the inevitable second wave of diarrhea that, I wonder what's happening in the Senate. Is anyone happening? I don't. They tend to not prioritize the Senate, so there's not really any meaningful fucking stuff here. County of votes. Where are we? I love that. That could be, you know, the AEC's website. I love the AEC. They're great. As an institution, they're great. But I love how their message on the front page is the count. Getting it right, not rushed. That sounds like pretty much all of Australia. All right, where's the upper house? Is there anything up there? Senate. Let's have a look. Any projections there? All right, so let's go. Let me share my screen. There's nothing on Twitter. Wrong one. Sorry about that. iPad. So. Okay. Yikes. Okay, so what state's that? That's oh, that's just TCP, is it? Yep. Okay. So when you look at it this way, where are we? Oh, I keep trying to use my mouse for the iPad. So we've got, so they've lost, fucking hell, 22 seats. Where are the seats going? Hang on. Oh, sorry, I was confused. They've rolled. Okay, that's not Labor. That's okay. So I was just trying to figure it out. So, okay, so there's some have gone to Labor. Centre Alliance, what the fuck does that mean? Caddis Party. Oh, this is Queensland. The Greens, 1. Independent, 10. That's interesting. Okay. No, this is House. Where the fuck is the Senate? No, I was trying to get Senate, dickhead. Here we go. Okay, so let's start with WA because everyone ignores us. Okay, so look. Look at that stack, though. Look at those right-wing stacks, man. Literally, I think only Socialist Alliance, Science Party. That's it. What did the Sex Party become again? What was it called? They changed it. Like, literally, this is when you look at, look. Oh, hang on, the Democrats. Still a thing. All of these are sort of far-right, sort of Drury parties, right? Glenn Drury, the guy that did all that sort of preference whispering stuff. I love this. This makes me laugh. Sustainable Australia Party. Stop development / corruption. All right, so that's WA. Let's look at New South Wales. Provisional quota, so 2.5 to 2. Okay, so the race looks very similar across the board where it's like this stack. This is going to be difficult to, I can't even begin. Shooters and Fishers, nostalgia. Remember Family First. Remember Steve Fielding and Family First. Queensland, let's have a look. What do we got? Okay, so what seems to be happening here, though, is that people are still keeping, if I'm not mistaken, it looks like the Liberals are still in the upper house and there's still some sort of balance of power there. Victoria. See, the thing about this is that there's always that remaining quota, and it really is just so, it's too hard to say, like, on face value, this. But usually that is, you find that the remaining ALP quota going to the, so Green's got a full quota already in Victoria, which is good. Is those remainders of quotas is that you've got so many parties here that are all like fucking preferencing each other, that eventually you find that the ALP and the Greens are sort of fighting to the death basically over like a small amount, and these guys sort of all cluster, and there might be like people that rise to the top. Fucking yeah, the Senate's harder to read. I just thought we'd have a look. There's nothing really. You're not gonna see anything meaningful until they start knocking out a few of these. Yeah, there's not much really you can read from this. That's why we don't bother on election night looking, because it's just so much dependent on proof. Yeah, Tangney. Sorry, ABC. Tangney flipped. I told you it would. I knew it would. So Tangney's flipped. My seat. I've been saying that Tangney would flip for fucking ages, and I thought it might. Sam Lim. Fucking yes. Legend. Because you know what's interesting? Ben Morton, the member, I got a lot of mail spam, but I didn't get any anything like no door knocking, nothing, no calls, nothing. All I got was a bunch of shit. It was Sam Lim fucking everywhere. I'm really happy. I was talking to, I have a feeling Sam Lim's dad's going to be real happy. The guy at the polling booth, like across the road, he lives over the other side of the school. He has he has his signs everywhere. And he's invited me to it, like, and we got chatting and stuff, and he's like very enthusiastic. And I have like, is it racist to assume that might be his dad? It might be. That's great. Also, can I point out the diversity of the candidates? Okay, this is fantastic. Fucking fantastic news. Sam Lim, Tangney and Lacey. Tangney. I knew Tangney would flip. Knew it. In me bones. She's still got it. 2019 threw me, but I've still got it. Hey. Okay. What else is going? It's really, here we go. So the incumbent trailing. Let's look at, where are we? So Gilmore is going. Boring. I think we're done. We're waiting for speeches now. I think we're done. I don't really have much more to cover or say. I'm happy. Maybe by the time I come back from the US, Labor will have fixed the NBN in time for the Libs to screw it up. Yeah, that's the problem. It was actually a tweet earlier today, which was basically like, yeah, Labor did this policy and they fucked it up and blamed us. Labor did this policy, they fucked it up, then blame Labor. Labor did this policy. It's like, that's the cycle. You learn to just work with that cycle. But I'm so happy Tangney flipped, because I had a very strong feeling that was going to happen. And I was like, I don't know. Yep. Fucking yes. It's all about me. I got it. It's all about me and me being right. I'm sitting here in my rightness. Would you rather be happy or right? Right. I'm not happy, but I like being right. Anyway, we've got a speech coming soon, or what? Fucking hell, Albo. I think I'm going to go. Have I outstayed my welcome? I feel like I have. The head banging cat. Yeah, that's my. Oh yeah, shows how you watch my stuff. I've had that there for a year now. Have I missed any? I'm going to go back and see if I've missed anything, because it's now just gotten awkward. Hang on. Thank you for retweeting my stream, by the way. I appreciate it. What's going on here? All right. What do we got? No one talks to Taya. No one likes me. It's like my 11th birthday party all over again, where I set it all up and no one turned up. I'm traumatized. Barnaby Joyce's daughters console him. Barnaby Joyce's daughters console him as the election count sees him retain his electorate of New England, but lose his role as Deputy Prime Minister. 4 seats to the ALP. Yeah, so that 10% uniform swing is something that I thought that they had underestimated, and that Tangney would be. Again, it's a demographic shift, and also when you go beyond demographic and understand the actual the needs of the electorate. Yeah, it's So Matt said he'd seen the headbanging cat before. Yeah, it's a meme vibing cat. I just like to kill memes and keep reusing them until like they annoy everybody. I'll bring out the Wonka meme next. Oh, Potato Head's talking. All right, hang on. Let's turn this shit up. Peter Dutton is talking on ABC. I'm not showing it because I don't want to get done for copyright, and I assume everyone's watching anyway. So, and this hasn't got rewatchable stuff because it's too long. So. Ha ha! Ha! I don't want to listen. I just want to laugh. Hate that fuckhead. Do you know what? It must be weird. Like, you know that like these kids didn't choose to be born to that guy. And then they get to be like, as someone who knows what it's like to have a kid who kind of resents you a little bit for you know, like sort of oversharing or whatever. Like being a politician's kid sucks ass. Being dragged out for photo ops and stuff. Like I do judge people who do that, who drag out their fucking people. It's like you chose to be in politics. I'm not part of this shit. I remember actually speaking of Jeff Gallup. I actually went to school with Jeff Gallup's kids, and there was one kid that never showed up. I respect that. He was like, "No, I'm not going." And you're like, "Okay, I like that." Yeah. Oh, he did retain the seat. Oh, fuck. Does that mean that fuckhead is going to be the leader? Oh, my God. You'll probably hire Catherine Deves. Winning combination. Turns out that trans women in sports is not the biggest issue in the world. Who knew? It's almost like people want housing and healthcare and education and, you know, single mothers and about, you know, getting support and people not killing themselves from like being harassed by the government and, you know, all of those sorts of things. It's almost like they want someone competent with the economy. It's almost like they want fucking better things. It's almost like they want the far left to win. Yay to the far left. Woohoo! The far left are victorious. Yay! Fuck you! The far left have won. Communists! No, it's too soon. Okay. Communism will rise, but we won't talk about that till tomorrow. Shh. We're going to come for their guns and their freedom very soon. We already came for their guns. I don't know what they're complaining about. I think what we should do while we're waiting, while this fuckhead, you know what I think we should do? I think we should consult the Constitution. Don't you? Reader's Digest Guide to Your Rights. I got this at the op shop. I found it like $3. It's the best thing I've ever bought. So, if you've got a question about your rights, what would you like to know? I'm a constitutional lawyer. You can tell, look at this, the acknowledgements page. We got a speech yet? All right, let's look it up. What do we got? You got Gerb. Where are we? Ha ha. Ha ha. All right, what do we got? Taya, the following ScoMo, check Twitter. Okay, thank you. Where are we? I can actually play videos and stuff too. Where are we? When you say check Twitter, I don't get the same thing you get. Where am I looking, Laurie? Where am I looking? We have different algorithms. Where are we? Where are we? Oh, ScoMo. Where are we? Ozpol. Oh, Twitter and their bullshit, like clustered up trending stuff. Where are we? Where are they following him? I need more information. There's all these hot takes. I just can't with these people on Twitter. You should sit with me on YouTube instead. I always just go full retard. Where are we? I can't see anything. Unbearable. Twitter is fucking ridiculous. Scott Morrison. Where the fuck did that come from? Okay. Suddenly everyone's saying teal. I know what that means. It's like blue that like is pretending to be green. I get it. Liberals for forests, all that sort of shit, right? But it's like the way these things travel. It's like suddenly everyone's saying teal. Like it's an insult or something. It's like, okay, that sounds like the blues. Okay, fine, whatever. All right. Okay. I don't know what to look for. This is really, really gripping entertainment, watching me Google things that I can't find. Good. But you tell me where to look, Laurie. I'll have a look. Or send me the link on like thingy. One of the things. Journos at the Liberal event are being told Scott Morrison is coming to the venue to make a speech. Sky showing. Oh, okay. Thank you. I figured. All right. So should I play it here? I will. Maybe I'll just play it. I just got to find it. Okay, I'll find it in a sec. I'm sure it'll go live in a second. Okay, tell me when they're streaming and I'll put it on. That's funny. That's awesome. Fuck that guy. Fuck them all. Do you know what annoys me though? Can we have a moment? The problem that we have is that water Twitter. You know those people that still have water drops next to their names? Oh my God. Here we go. They have a normal one frequently. And unfortunately. Also, okay. Because everyone's creating their own fucking stupid hashtags now. So, I'll look on Ozvotes. Where are we? I just, you know what? Like, Twitter has become unbearable to navigate. Because I get all the turf shit. And everyone gets all the other stuff. And it's just like, but because they don't curate that what's happening sidebar in any meaningful or, like, way, you can't actually find anything. It's actually become a... sorry, Paul, I'm waiting for the speeches, the concession speech and stuff. Once ScoMo does the fuckwit concession speech that I have to listen to, Albo will do the victory speech and then I can go. They're letting me go. I'm being held hostage like the great nation of Westralia is being held hostage by the Queen. He doesn't find me funny. He just smiles and goes, uh-huh. How are the potatoes going? Okay, thanks, Laurie. All right, I'll find it because I'd like to stream it because it's pretty funny. All right. Apparently, okay, here we go. Apparently, the media are following them on. Okay, let's not have a Princess Diana moment. I hope that he stays safe. I hope he's got clothes on. Thank you. Thanks, guys. It's hard to, because obviously I've got the TV going here where they're talking shit. And then Twitter is... Twitter? What? Oh, my God, these people. And then you got yeah, it's very hard. So... Also, I think, I've had, 2 litres of cider now. So And I'm not really not much of a drinker. So, okay. So, where are we? Let's have a look. So is this a stream that's like happening? Hang on. Tech AU. Oh, so it's just a video. Okay. Breaking news. Scott Morrison heading to Liberal. All right. Thrilling. All right. Oh, my fucking stomach. Can you get me some more like Mylanta, please? I've gone through a whole tray. The excitement has made turned me into an acid factory. Hopefully we fix that shit in October. Sorry guys, I know, I wish, I'm just having a moment where I just figure stuff out. Very lulling. So, how are you? Are we happy? We're celebrating. Friends watch live on Channel 9. Is it on Channel 9, is it? All right, I'm going to take one for the fucking team. Problem is, you know what? This is the broader problem. Here we go. Let's have a rant while we wait. The broader problem is that you can't click on things without receiving all their bullshit for the next 6 months. That's the problem with fucking like remarketing and like all the pixels and everything, all the cookies and all that shit. Can we get rid of that, please? Can I move? That's the one thing that the EU does well. Also, Nazism. They do that pretty well too. Fascism. The thing that the EU do well is digital policy and fascism. All right, hang on. I'm not tweeting tonight as I'm doing live coverage on the ABC. Tune in. Okay, thanks. Figured you were. Where are we? What the fuck? Where's the video? I'm boomering right now. So no one's streaming or anything. Channel 9. Let me search for Channel 9. I'm not even gonna do fucking Sky. Where are we? Channel 9. Hang on. Sorry, guys. Are they streaming or what? They don't stream. Who streams? Who is streaming the actual result? The ABC. Okay. All right, let's go to ABC. See, the thing is, I try not to stream stuff because, like, I don't think people realize how restrictive the copyright stuff is on because YouTube, even if you've got fair use, even if it's fair use and stuff, they err on the side of like it not being, and you got to like they just go nut. Yeah. So anyway, okay. It's futile. Whatever. Give me a link when it streams. There's nothing I can find here. It's so annoying. Oh, whatever. Okay. So let's chat. New opposition leader likely to be Peter Dutton. I told you. Fucking. Good. Do you know what that means? It means that we've got a Labor government for a while. It may mean we've got 9 prime ministers, but we'll have a Labor government for a while. Seriously. Can't someone else fucking have a... What? Okay, so I need to have a think. The Liberal Party in and of itself is not a problem, but why the fuck is this faction in charge? Who raped who? That these guys are in charge all the time? Because there's a whole moderate faction there that are actually pretty decent people, that are actually fairly moderate. Like the foundation of the Liberal Party was fucking pretty moderate. Who raped who? That's what I want to know. Spudgeon. I love that you... Hang on, you're not from WA. How do you know what the Spud Shed is? Our great institution of rotten strawberries. I like to call it the Shed of Spud. And you know what's amazing about the Spud Shed? Here we go. The Spud Shed on Uber Eats. And you go there because it's cheap, right? You go to Spud Shed because you get, like, value for money. But they're fucking, it's the quality's, mixed at best. But they charge, like, as if they're, like, a gourmet fucking place. So they obviously save the best fucking fruit and veg for the Uber Eats people. And it's just, anyway. Oh, so more is in danger of being lost by the. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think. Hey guys, guess what? Landslide. We can go to bed. Fuckwit's gonna fuckwit. I'm proud of you, Australia. I'm very. You know what? Can I say I'm actually really happy. I'm actually, I got to digest some of the results and the implications because I still feel like there's a big chunk of highly radicalized, highly paranoid people who need help. Okay. But this is good news for overall. Okay. So, in my area of expertise, which is the political impact of culture wars stuff online, this is really encouraging because it, like, again, there's that cohort, like One Nation, 10% chunk, but there will be that 2 to 3% of people who are highly radicalized. Okay. Then there'll be the Palmer vote, which is, probably about 80%, like radicalized. And then you got all these other kind of other parties and, elements of the Greens that are also, let's not ignore the other radicalization that's going on there as well. But it's actually quite encouraging that the swings are, well, pretty much like what compulsory voting was intended to do, which was to kind of contain the extremes and keep things fairly moderate and like fairly balanced. Right? Yay! Scott Morrison calls Anthony Albanese to concede. Get fucked! I'm not putting him on there. Get fucked! Get fucked! I don't even want to hear him. I don't want to. I just, he's one of those people. I could listen to Tony Abbott speak. I empathise with John Howard. Okay, this fuckwit, he just is like fucking nails down a chalkboard. I can't deal with this fuckhead. I hate Hillsong fuckheads. I don't know why. It's not fair. It's not charitable. But Oh, here we go. He's using the Ukraine card. I know. Yeah, Laurie, I'm watching. And he played Ukraine straight off the bat. You fucking asshole. I hope you chose well. I hope this paid off well for you, Kath. That's all I'm going to say. I hope that this nosedive into the pit of fucking hell using women's trauma, feminism, all of the fucking legitimate issues to pad your own nest, I hope it was worth it. That's all I'm going to say. So Matt says Scott Morrison is speaking. Yep, that's a fucking thing to make all of the vaginas in like the 5 kilometer radius dry up, isn't it? I'm just roasting. I could play it, but I'm not gonna because I'll just talk over the whole thing the whole time. You can just imagine what's happening. I'm ignoring him. I hate that dickhead. I didn't realize how much I hated him. I just, oh. Hang on. You fuck. You see what he did there, though? He was like, oh, no, but the major party's got a lower vote. Oh, you fucking dick. Oh. I believe in Australian people. I believe in the fucking good sense of people. I really do. This has actually affirmed it. And dragging out the kids again. Stop it. Don't drag your kids out. Again, another reason why I won't run, because I won't drag my kids out into things. Stop using your kids as props. Don't put photos. Don't write about them. It's their life. Don't do it. Don't use your kids as a prop. That's my advice. Anyway. Oh. Do you know what's funny? The pork started beeping. So the things like beep, beep, beep right over like as he was talking. And I was like, yep, I am relieved. I believe the children. There's a lot of Simpsons references today. Children, children, future, future. Remember that? Are you ready for the children? Whoa, whoa, whoa. The future is coming. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I can sing. I just wasn't planning to. Oh, my. Okay, he's just winding me up. Can I go now? Can I go? This guy. Oh, my reaction is just. You know how when you hate. I mean, I don't hate anybody. I tend to love people, right? I love everyone he's hurt, not him. And I hate. But I also don't hate him. I forgive him. But fuck, does he try my patience? Have you ever seen a face that you just want to karate kick or taekwondo fucking kick right in the fucking... Is that bad? I shouldn't say that. I'm not a violent person. I'm just annoyed. I'm just glad. I want to be a gracious winner. All right, let's have a look at some numbers. This guy's white noise to me. Fuck him. You know what? That's my view. My view. Yes. Congratulations, Taya. She's won the election. I'm actually, you know what? No, it's not so much about that. It's actually more about the fact that 2019, I misread a whole bunch of things. And then I dived in for years on how to, like, I was like, what the fuck? And then I figured it out. And I was like, okay. But I also now feel vindicated because Tangney flipped. There you go. And I knew that it would. And I was like sitting there watching and I was like, oh, this is going to happen. Okay, we're seeing a thing. But I didn't want to be, because the thing is that you end up, if you see this, you end up overly optimistic. And I was like, well, is this wishful thinking? Or is my hypothesis that this is going to have, I think that this is, he's playing dirty. But the culture wars thing is powerful. It's a good sign. It's a good sign that this stuff might be. Or the other thing is that Labor, they just, again, if we talk about historical trends, what we're looking at is that historically people vote governments out, not vote governments in, and that they hate ScoMo more than they are worried about fucking biological fucking whatever, all that stuff, all the cultural stuff. Right? I know, right? I can't be fucking asked. Isn't it amazing? I'm just so done with this guy. Can we get Australia back to how it was, please? And I know that I'm not going to member bury everybody. I'm saying, can we just get back on course to what we were and what we are and I hope that this is a sign that we're back on track. I hope that this is cyclical and I hope that we can just figure stuff out. We did, we really did. And I think that we've saved Australia. I feel... Oh no, I'm not saying, we saved Australia. We secured the borders. No, you fucking didn't. You fought. Oh my God. I can't listen to this fuckhead. I don't drink on stream much, so I apologize if I'm dribbling. So maybe if you want me to do more drunken streams, let me know. The thing is that this is actually, there's just a lull because I'm kind of outstaying my welcome live stream wise here. So it's like we don't really have much to say and I hate this fuckhead and I don't want to give him airtime. So we stop the goats. Oh, I'll sit here and let you perform. Go for it, Matt. We're done. Yep. Oh, pull out a ukulele, fuckhead. Angus. Can I have my ukulele, please? Can you get my ukulele? Thank you. All of our volunteers that used to... Doesn't matter. I don't have a joke there. Okay, let's go. ScoMo's talking. Is it tuned? Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's not tuned at all. That's pretty bad. Yeah, it's all right. The great privilege. What about the suicides? What about the suicides? What about the suicides? What about the suicide? Why does nobody go, you know, okay, for a minute. Oops, sorry. Why does everyone just ignore the suicide? Like, a government that, I know that we do bad shit in the name of defense and like security and, you know, all of that sort of stuff. Like, and that's the, you know, there's that sort of rationalization that occurs. How the fuck do you reconcile a policy that directly targeted a group of people, causing them to commit suicide, like with Robodebt? How the fuck do you stand on stage like he has and gaslight all of us when all I see is people killed themselves, people killed themselves, people killed themselves, people killed themselves? That's all I see. Like, I go, what the fuck? How does he reconcile that? I don't understand it. I wouldn't live with myself. I just wouldn't. I can't live with myself if fucking I hurt someone's feelings or get a grumpy email from a client, let alone fucking people killing themselves. You have to be a bit dead inside for that, right? Yeah, his kids look like... Oh, no, kids are off that. No, I was going to say they look like they genuinely want to be there. But they're off limits. I don't comment on kids. Oh, he bred. And the thing about Australian politics is that they tend to, like, you know, pass this stuff on. So one day one of these is going to run, and they'll be like, I'm running. Remember my dad. Sorry, I'm just watching the rest of this fucking speech. Yeah. So Matt said, how good was ScoMo's campaign, though? Yeah, everyone hates my guts, but how good's everyone else? Yeah. His cynical culture war shit was just insane. I'll put that down. It's distracting. I just want to play. Where's the speech? And I don't play music because it's embarrassing and I'll regret it. We're waiting for the speech. I'm being held captive. Every minute that this ticks over, the less likely people are to watch. Hope you guys know this. I'm pretty happy that most of you have stuck around with me for most of this stream. It's pretty cool. And if you're in the US and Canada and stuff, watch the first bits because it was a bit more kind of analysis. At the moment, okay. So for those that are here and just waiting and have me as background noise, and I'm a little bit, as you say in Australia land, we're a little bit pissed. We're waiting for so basically, as we're ruled mostly by a convention, and I'm sure that it's the same in the United States, which is that I haven't. Laurie just said, what color was his tie? Can I tell you, the man? I had no idea. I didn't notice. What color was it? Did we pay attention? Did we fucking hear a word he said? I didn't. What was it? Was it the color of fucking poo at Engadine. Oh, anyway, so for those that weren't so in Australia, we like with the convention, the understanding is that obviously you concede, and then we're waiting for the victory speech for our Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, which is a name. You know how you go, fuck, we've got a Prime Minister called Scott. I think that a Prime Minister called Scott is way more likely than a Prime Minister called Anthony. But anyway, Anthony Albanese, he's actually a bona fide left-wing person winning as our Prime Minister. So that's really good news. Not fucking woke shit, fucking whatever. Legit. No, like he's been I am a massive fan of Albo, and I think that he's someone, again, Australians, Albo is his now official name. ScoMo, fuck ScoMo, now it's Albo. That's how Australia rolls. I like Albo. I always have. He has, from what I understand, like, again, there's factional shit, but from what I understand, he is generally respected as legit. Grew up with a single mother. He's got his fucking head straight, and I think that this is really, really, really good news. Okay. So he's basically like if Julia Gillard had a dick, so he may actually stay Prime Minister. For those that are overseas and don't realise, Australia had a female Prime Minister. And then we promptly we basically became self-evident why Australia hadn't had a female Prime Minister up until then. But we'll get there. We've had female heads of state, though, because we had Quentin Bryce was the female Governor General, so we do technically have a female head of state. So anyway. So as Peter pointed out, ScoMo was doing God's work, therefore it was not evil. Well, yeah. And that's the fucking problem, isn't it? This rationalization. I don't understand it. Like, I just, and like, no matter how much psych you study and how much you do technically from a, scientific or historical or any other kind of angle, understand this stuff. I really don't, I can't, it doesn't work in my brain to understand how people don't feel that spiritually, that wounding. If you call yourself a Christian, it just doesn't, I'm Catholic, right? And it's just like, I'm not practicing Catholic, don't believe in God, but, I grew up Catholic. And it's like, I don't understand it. I just don't get it. I mean, Hillsong is like a pretty delusional fucking thing in anyway, but it's just amazing. Anyway. So Tanya's happy. So that's good. Tanya will be deputy. Is she going to be deputy? I think so. So what's going to be interesting to see is what from the national platform follows through into policy. Sorry, I apologise if I'm not very engaging. I'm just watching some of the, we're heading into the speech, and I'm just curious to see what Tanya Plibersek's got to say. For those that aren't watching, we're watching our national broadcasters coverage collectively, and if you can't see it, then it probably doesn't, it's probably not very interesting to you. But it's basically been a fucking bloodbath. It's blood and red. It's raining red everywhere, which is the ALP, not the Republicans, because Americans are fuckwits. And reversing everything and confusing everybody and Davoing all this stuff. Red is left here. So it's a bloodbath. Okay. Morrison says he will resign as leader of Liberal Party. Good. That's the least you can fucking do. You suicide-causing fuckhead. They'll just replace him with some other version. This is the thing that they never seem to get, is that they never actually go, this is the problem with the right in general, which is that they never actually go, okay, this is Marxist analysis, basically, which is Okay, so what does history tell us? How do we adapt and learn from history? Well, turns out that they don't learn from history, so they just keep doing the same shit and hope it'll stick. Even despite all the evidence, despite all the empirical evidence, the numbers, all of the things, their economics, all of the data being wrong, everything. What they do is they use the fucking media machine, this bullshit ecosystem, everything. So Labor won decisively despite all of the things being stacked against them. And that's fucking tremendous. And I hope that that's a trend across the world. When's Anthony going to speak? When is he out? Like, I think Albo's gone to bed because he's that kind of guy. He likes to go to bed early so he can get his shit done. Albo will talk to us at 7:30 tomorrow morning because he's that sensible. He's a sensible guy. I'm very happy. Okay, so again, this is a victory for the left generally. Okay, so when you understand the factional dynamics in the ALP, you got sort of New South Wales, which tends to sort of lean right, and then you've got the Victorian. So Anthony is part of the Victorian left, which is the prominent left wing in the National Party and the National Caucus. So this is actually really good news for left-wing politics across the board. Now, you might have your grievances with the imperfection of the ALP. That's politics, that's policy, that's government. But overall, this is a tremendous victory in terms of like international context and everyone shifting right, that they're actually voting for somebody who is legit, serious, like got good. I think Bernie Sanders, right? Okay, I don't like using that example because they're different, but I think Bernie Sanders winning in the United States, and that's what this is, right? So it's actually really good. It's really good news for us, like politically speaking. Fucking annoying for all the culture warriors who want to I can't wait to see what's going to happen when the second he's like, oh, well, we need to spend money and inject a bit of money to fix things. Oh, Labor can't manage the economy and fucking tax. Yeah, okay. All right. What else you got? What else have you got? Anyway. Hang on. Oh, look at this. Hang on. I wish I could show you. There's a trust and women and men. The women voted for the ALP overwhelmingly. Okay, and like really didn't vote for ScoMo. That's fantastic news. They're actually breaking it down on ABC right now, women versus men, each leader. And like it's overwhelming for Labor. Fabulous. So overall, women don't like Scott Morrison. So his last ditch attempt. Good on you, Kath. Well done. Fuck off, all of you. Like for gaslighting me into thinking that I was like, wrong. I wasn't. I knew that when it came to the crunch, women knew what shitty policies that the Liberal government had. Should I name names? I'm not going to do that. Okay. I don't know who this guy is. I've never seen him before. The guy with the glasses. I don't know. Anyway, are we waiting? Okay, I'm sticking around too long. I'm going to go because I think this is like really awkward. I'll do it. Actually, you know what I'll do? I'll do another stream on Monday recapping. This is too long and I'm tired and I just want to go. I'm really happy that this has happened. I feel like this is weird and I'm sticking around and I'm saying, and I'm just like, it's just weird for me. Okay, sitting around waiting and stuff. So what I will do is I will revisit all of this stuff on Monday or Tuesday. But I'm going to go, I think. Yay! Australia! Your chicken is ready. Australia. Ready right now. Australia. Anyway. Red, ready, red rooster. I'm going to go. I love you. If you think that I'm actually fucking worthwhile, give me money, can become a patron and stuff. Because I like doing this stuff. I'm a little bit sloppy at the moment, but normally I'm pretty good. So I'm going to go. I love you. Thank you for your precious life seconds. It's time to go. Enjoy the rest of your night. Yeah, he will, but I will recap it. Okay, whatever. Fuck it. I love Elbow. I'm going to cry. I don't want to cry on camera. But yeah, let's go. I love you. You got to think about it from my point of view, which is I got to provide a fucking entertainment. If people were on and able to call and come on, it would be a little less awkward. But right now, it's like a weird ass one day thing, like a one way thing, right? So I'll recap later. Love you. I'm going to go. I'm going to keep watching this thing. Stay with me. We're happy. Bye. Yay! Bye.